Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, whatever time it is, wherever you may be. I hope everybody's doing well today. Today is Triforce Tuesday, week 26. 26, that's half a year straight without missing a week of Zelda games. Retro, thank you so much for the 14 months. Go ahead, take it away.
Will Link find all the Jinjus today?
Maybe. We'll find out. We'll find out what Link's doing today. We got more Wind Waker for you today, and more quests to complete. Alright, let's begin. What's up, Future? How you doing today? I didn't know that store brand Robomasters count. They are... 4 of them are for Mega Man 2 NES, 4 of them are for Mega Man 3 NES. Flying solo today, so I won't get talked to. Talked to death by my coworker. Well, that's good. Zelda games tier list. Well, we will revisit the Zelda games tier list after Triforce Tuesday is over, which will be like maybe in a year. I do have really bad news. I was lying in bed last night, trying to sleep as one does, and I think I made a huge mistake. Because all of a sudden it hit me that I don't think I ever took a picture of Tetra. Huh. Uh-oh. I don't think I ever took a picture of Tetra. And that was the last chance. I might cry. I might cry on stream. The whole point of doing the Nintendo Gallery was because we met the incentive from you guys. Time to reset. No reset run. Thanks for the no reset November. Yeah, but I just feel bad because the whole point of completing the Nintendo Gallery was that because you guys have been so generous with the Triforce Tuesday incentives. And like I wouldn't have even bothered with the Nintendo Gallery had it not been for that. Is this how you travel? Yes, okay. Let's go check out the Nintendo Gallery real quick. I was thinking about it last night, and like all of a sudden it just smacked me in the face. And I was like, uh-oh, I'm in danger. Can you draw her in the sand somewhere and take a picture? Draw her in the sand. Oh, I've got mail. I think we're screwed. I think I've really messed this up, which is really a shame because I feel like I've been so vigilant about the pictures. I feel like I've been taking pictures of everything. Oh, this really stinks. Too bad this doesn't have... Because I'm like right now, I'm like directly after the moment, the last moment where I could have gotten her picture. So it's kind of... It's too bad we don't have like in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom where you have like previous autosaves that I could reload. Be like, oh, I'll just do this part again. She would be here, I think. Oh no. Best of luck, I'm going to bed. Got up way too early. Thank you, Avon, for stopping by. Thanks for the good luck. Sleep well, buddy. Well, that's unfortunate. I always just made a copy of my save just in case. Yeah, I mean, hindsight's 2020. Drake and how about favorite superheroes in popular culture, games, movies, comics, and whatnot? Yeah, I can look for a tier list for that, and if not, I can try and make one. Favorite superhero or favorite heroes. Let me write that down. Thanks, Ocus. Oh boy. She wouldn't be in any, no, she wouldn't be there, she wouldn't be there. She wouldn't, I don't think she would be here. I'm pretty sure she's grade C. Yeah. Yeah, I think I made a big mistake. Oops. I will figure something out. We will figure something. Can I take a crying break? Yo, what's up, Misa? Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the good luck. Good to see you. Hope you had a good weekend. Like, I did these, both photos that I have right now that I'm giving him are one-time photo. So, like, I was very aware of the whole thing. Stupid Gecko, thank you so much for the 15 months going towards our Skyward Sword Thunder Dragon. Ash, thank you for the water break. Water break counts as a crying break. 15 months in the meachery. Thank you, Ash. Well, this is sad. Oh shoot. November, I owe you an actual no reset run. I accidentally accepted your points. I meant to reject them. I draw Tetra for you? Would that be okay? I kind of like that idea. Draw Tetra. Would you guys be okay with that at like the end when we see our Nintendo gallery? Maybe I just... I actually really like that idea. I feel so bad. The whole point of doing the Nintendo gallery is because of the incentives. Why am I so dumb? Alright, we got work to do. I'm watching at 1080p, not 480p. That's good. I like that. Look, I'm in HD. November, I owe you a no reset run. Let me know, like, tomorrow or whenever, if you're available. Whenever I'm doing some speedrunning. Did I ever? I don't think I ever even took a picture of him. Oh, nice. Great job, dummy. Where are you? Trying to get like perfect shot here. What? That wave scammed me. It's like, no, I didn't want to save that. It's like slightly delayed. There we go. Oh my, look at that picture. Holy. Oh, wow. What a photographer. The internet has additional bad news about missing Tetra. I really don't think anybody here is upset about it. I just feel bad. None of us want you sinking however many hours into this new save just for that. Yeah. Isn't the whole Zelda run no resets? Yeah. So we were talking, Gecko. I made a bit of a mistake. I missed a missable photo and I can no longer get it. And that's upsetting. Okay. What a great photo that was. Alright, let's take care of business here. We got stuff to do. When you take a picture of Tetra, you also get additional figurines. Oh, of all the pirates, Link needs to get Tetra's picture during this brief period before she location of the Master Sword. Gives a chance to get along with all the others that come with it. Okay. So that's all the pirates. So you get all the pirates through taking a picture of Tetra. And imagine that image, but Zelda in 3D on the stage. I will use my imagination or the internet to see what the photo and figurine would have looked like. Maybe we just draw all the pirates if you guys are cool with that. Oh, there's some you can get independently. Oh, you can get Nico independently? And that's it. Great. Oh my god, I really screwed up. Draw them, it'll be a nice memory. Oh my gosh. I can't believe that. I've been so like what's the right word? Aware of getting all the pictures, all the missable pictures. I can't believe I missed it. I thought for sure I gotta go back and like watch the VOD. Like I thought for sure there was a time where I turned around and took her picture, but then like last night I was thinking about it and I was like, did I ever do that? I started second guessing myself. Oh my gosh. My life is a disaster. Alright, let's do some things here. Been very vigilant? I thought so. I'm pretty bummed about doing that. That's... Then take a picture, post it to Discord, or frame it in the background. Man. Alright, well, let's just move on with the quest. We'll think of something, either if I end up drawing them after we complete the Wind Waker. I think that's a really good idea if everybody's cool with that. If not, maybe the other solution is to bring this file over into hero mode after we complete it, and I play it offline and then do everything. I guess that's another solution. I'm so bummed. I'm so bummed that I missed that. I think I've gotten all the other missable photos up to this point. I think I've secured them. Anyone here want to cosplay as Tetra as another option? You did your best. It's one thing you missed. One-time chances suck. And that's the other thing. I kept talking about how I wanted to make a list. I've brought this up in the last two or three Wind Waker streams, that I wanted to make a spreadsheet list of all the figurines so that I wouldn't forget anything. But I've been so stressed out and busy with things that I haven't done it. I just haven't done it. Like, I could say I haven't had the time. I guess that would be a lie. I could probably have found the time, but I've been doing other things. You know? It's just annoying. Yo, what's up, nummies? Store Brand Craft, what's up, guys? How's it going? guys are doing well today. Right now I'm just taking care of these eye reefs, as they're called. I'm getting my butt kicked. There are 6 of these. They're like dice. And they all have special treasure. I don't know if it's just in the Linkle mod of this game, or if it can be done in this version, but Linkle will do selfie style pictures. Oh yeah, I think you can do that. Yep, there we go. Can do a selfie. What's new? Well, I just delivered some bad news of me being bad at the game. What's new with you, dummies? Link being 11, I guess I'll just save the world without all figurines. Gotta hang out with a friend who takes a lot of energy. Wish you luck. I do wish you luck. Yo, Caddy! Thank you for the 5 gifted. Will I do a selfie with Ganondorf? We can do that. Excuse me. Frog in my throat. Caddy, thank you for the 5 gifted. Welcome to the Mitri. Bree, Trunton. I haven't seen Trunton around. Bagley, Stall, an Oregon dude. We'll get a couple packs for you, Caddy. Maybe you'll get this special pack. Thank you for the lurk. We'll do these later. I won't open them right now. But you get a Pokemon Go and a Pokemon Go. No special packs. But thank you so much, Caddy. Going towards our Thunder Dragon in Skyward Sword, and also under the overhead or it's no longer the overhead camera, it's just the camera. Trying to make our way back up to Yo, Pool Float, thank you for the 5. Holy, trying to make our way back up to the CDI Zelda games. Actually, Pool Float in the chat there, hold 2 packs for you, is offering to have me play those on original hardware. 2 Pokemon Go packs for you. Pool Float, thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Ooh, we're close to the Thunder Dragon. Pack openings. We'll do the pack openings later. Thank you so much, Caddy. Thank you so much, Pool Float. Thank you guys a ton. Miss your affiliate stream due to mobile, so wanted to contribute. I really appreciate it, Pool Float. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well today. Welcome to the Meachery. Avon. Moira. I haven't seen Moira around. Gunge. Fen. And Pullhard. Thank you so much, guys. We will definitely, by the way, we'll definitely be doing some main story, some big main story today. We're getting some of the treasure hunting and overworld quests out of the way here. Have to resub when I get paid. No worries at all. Thank you guys a ton, really. I did say if we end up getting close enough again, somehow, to did I go from here or from there? To the getting close to the CDI games. I will match gift subs if we get a little closer to that. Is this how you change wind? Is there a way to view your songs? I don't know if there's a way that you can view what songs you have learned. Man, okay. So perhaps I have to go from the other side. Felt like this would be high enough. At least this controls nicer than Banjo-Kazooie does. East or northeast? I feel like northeast. We get a treasure chart. Nice. Alright, what do we got? That was 4. Anything up here? Still missing one section of the map there. 6-Eye Reef. We'll go there next. What are you doing? Can I redeem that you go get it so my OCD can stop? I can go get it, yeah. Don't worry. Let me tackle 6-Eye Reef and then I'll go do that. Man, I got like a thing in my throat and I can't it's like holding me from speaking. I'm probably gonna get my butt kicked here. I need more health. Did he just shoot himself? Pretty sure that boat just shot himself. Where am I getting hit from? Oh, there's a ship. I didn't see that ship. Why are you shooting yourself? Why are you shooting yourself? I need health, dude. I'm in danger. Holy. Another ship? This is like GoldenEye, where you have to take out the cameras. I'm trying to do it stealthily. There we go. See one more. Come on, you dum-dum. Come on. Jeez. There we go. First try. What do we get? A treasure chart. Look at that nice glider. Oh, there it is. 26. Excuse me. Okay, November wants me to go get the last square of the map. Let's go do that. Oh, actually. No, wait. Wait. I remember things. Why is there another ship? Leave me alone. Oh, they all respawn. Oh, I'm in super danger. I don't even see light rings. Are the light rings outside of this one? It might be outside. Did I already get them? There's one. Yo, what's up, Bree? Hope you're doing well today. Good to see you. Hope you had a nice weekend. Is that really... Have I gotten them? I may have already swung by. Seems so. Alright, let's go get the last square here. This way? Yeah, that way. Directly into the island. Alrighty. Alright. Last square. Last time we talked to Mr. Fishman. See what useless advice he has for us. Holy small fry.
Oi there, small fry. Well, this is it, huh? You've completed your sea chart, saved your sister, and defeated Ganon, all while keeping Zelda's secret identity safe. What's that? You only did half of those things? Which half? Wow. And you thought this sea chart thing was the best use of your time. Geez, kid, I guess your sea chart is full.
Nice one, November. Thank you for the 100. I did not hear a bits thing go off, and the TTS just started. It just scared me. Oh, it looks like it didn't go off because your name isn't in the. You know what? This happened the other day as well, where all of a sudden, like 3 minutes later, Shawing's name popped up with the thank you for the 50 testeds. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. That's going towards our Master Quest playthrough. Alright. Oh, here he is talking about the Golden Triumph Forks for the 18th time. Hey, Small Fry. Do you know about the Golden Triumph Forks? Yes. You have told me many times. It's there, I tell you, on that island. That genuine article. But the cliff there rises sharply, and even if you wanted to climb it, there aren't any ledges or footings for you to grab onto. So what are you gonna do, Small Fry? And that's all the info I've got. Alright, later. Yay! We've completed our sea chart. Look how beautiful. All the maps, all the squares are filled in now. deleted. Alright, I am in need of help. I'm in need of some health here. Let's go back home real quick. Also, does good old Beetle have bombs here? I don't think he does. It's worth checking, though. Oh, he does. Actually gonna need one more thing of bait for later. Bye. Hey, what's up, Phil? Good to see you. Thank you for the big stretch. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good weekend, Phil.
Oh no, Beetle's taking me on an adventure. I didn't agree to this.
Thank you very much, Phil. How's it going today? I'm being kidnapped by Beetle. We've got mail. Just working. Weekend was good. Turned in too late yesterday to watch. Oh yeah, I did a short stream yesterday. Parcel has been sent cash on delivery. Postage due is 201 rupees. What a scam artist. Guess who this is from? To the esteemed Mr. Fairy Person, thank you very much for your purchase. Enclosed is an incredible chart. This chart will show where you can find the Triforce charts and Triforce shards. I want you to use it to find lots of them. They are my favorite kinds of items. And also, sir, have you been checking your tingle chart? Have you seen those giant fairy marks? Follow the chart to them. Your fortune will increase greatly. Tingle. Tingle's a big scam artist. Some other dude was playing Mario 64. He seemed nice. Was it perhaps Ethan? Did you pop in on Ethan's stream? Have you been, big brother? Yeah, Ethan's a good dude. And very, very talented speedrunner. How have you been, big brother? I'm here on the pirate ship writing you this letter. Isn't that neat? At first I was really scared, but they're actually nice. For pirates, I mean. Mr. Gonzo is a really big guy, but ever since Miss Tetra left, he's been crying like a baby. It's kind of funny, but sort of sad too. Nudge is a little strange, but nice too. And as for Senza, his beard makes him look pretty mean, but he tells really cool stories when he gets in the right mood. Does my beard make me look mean? Zuko's kind of weird, and Mako is pretty quiet. Mako immediately gets mad whenever I try to take his glasses, so I do that a lot. Hehe. As usual, Nico is always fooling around. He won't take anything serious. Actually, he seems sad to not have you around anymore. Were you guys good friends? I helped them all out with their chores, and they actually paid me a little for it, so I'm sending money to you. Please use it, big brother. I'll loan you my telescope for a little longer, but you have to return it to me eventually, okay? I'm doing fine here, so don't you worry. I'll take care of myself, so you be sure to take good care of yourself. Good luck, RL. No, it doesn't. That's good. Not a single recovery heart? You have a look is interesting and made me curious at first. Spend a little time with you, find out who you are. Your look works. Thanks. I appreciate that. Here's all the hearts. We can get a couple more before we get back to it. All right, go. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. This can be such a pain in the butt. Okay, now, where were we? Six Eye, Cyclops. Let's go there. That's fun. I didn't know he had a crane to pull out treasure chests out of the ocean depths. Kind of like using the magnet beam in Breath of the Wild. Yeah, a little bit. How have you been making some decent progress in Breath of the Wild, Phil? Hope you're enjoying it. But yeah, you get to salvage a bunch of treasure. It's actually it is required for the story as well. Right now I'm just getting some rupees and stuff, but it is partially required. Let me... It's back to night. Grab all these. So much to do in this game. It's gotta be like right here. Spin around. There we go, got one. I'm enjoying it, but started playing Pokemon a tiny bit again. I had quit that game because it kind of absorbed me at one point, but I think I have some amount of moderation underway at this point. No Breath of the Wild lately, but maybe the next few days. I want to work on my next couple dungeons too. Oh, you DM D&D, nice. One of your passions, that's really cool. I know there's a few D&D players / fans in my chat. I know Nummies does it. I know Ashley does it. Maybe Gecko? I feel like Gecko has mentioned that in the past. Oh, your wife. Oh, okay. Too socially anxious. There we go. Okay, we got all our mini treasures here. Which we will need, by the way. Doing all this is not all just for the fun of doing it. We're gonna need a lot of rupees. I guess I could ask this now. If I made a Theater of the Mind session for here on Twitch, would you want to participate? What is Theater of the Mind? Very dangerous area. Where are you going? C-Hat just left. Oh my goodness. Get my butt kicked out here, man. I can't even see what's going on. Okay. How many are there in here? 6. See if I can snipe these. I'm too far away. D&D is cool. I like to watch D&D. Like, I have... Good lord, I'm getting my butt kicked. Like, I've been around... I am absolutely getting slaughtered here. I've been around a group of friends who have played, and I've always found that interesting. And there's actually um, uh, the, I don't know, a content group online, the Yogscast, that I've been watching forever, who I actually was doing fundraisers with last year. They also do D&D, and I always have a fun time watching it. I've never participated in it. I don't really think it's my kind of style thing to participate in, but I do enjoy watching it a lot. I think it's very interesting and can be quite funny too. It's just good entertainment. There we go. D&D, but without miniatures and tiny model environments. The DM just describes where you are and you... Oh, yeah, yeah. So that, Phil, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I've seen online. And I always find that really fun. I always think that's like a really fun way to just like... I don't know. I don't know. I think it's really cool. I didn't know that was that term. What was it called? A... theater of the mind. Huh. I've never heard that term. But that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. They don't use like the figurines or anything. I listened to some D&D real play podcasts for a while. Got around to have a good rest of your stream. Have a great day, everyone. You too. Take care. Good luck. I hope your time with your friend goes well. I might be into that, Phil. I've never done it before, but I do really enjoy like watching / listening to that kind of stuff. I'm just looking for some people to play on Twitch. Wanted to run one on here. My IRL in-person group doesn't want to be on the internet yet. Yeah, fair enough. I will say possibly. I can't definitively say yes, but it's possible. Ooh, it's raining again. I thought it wasn't supposed to rain till later today. I take maybes. I'll give you a maybe. Is it... Should I go from here or should I go from there? What's high? That looks higher, doesn't it? Seems like coordinating that would be tough. It does, yeah. I agree. Those are very fun, though. Oh yeah, it's definitely this one, right? If it's not this, I'll be sad. How do I change the wind? Please be this. I don't want to have to get up there and do it again. I think I would just set a weekend time with excess players, and whoever shows up, not holding cards. Oh yeah. I think that's actually a really good idea, Phil. Another treasure chart. As someone who did a bi-weekly podcast for 2 years, even IRL stuff is impossible. That's true. It is tough to coordinate things just in general. Is this I still have forest water? I need to get a ferry. Man. This thing happens when I have migraines, and I wouldn't consider this a migraine yet, but this thing happens when I have migraines and really bad headaches where I just get this really bad excessive pressure. Okay, like it's intermittent. And it's like it's bad enough to like stop me from doing what I'm doing. So if you see me like just like kind of put my head down, it means I'm going through that for a second. So annoying. So this treasure chart that I just got is for this area. So where is it? It's on the right side. This mind? Oh, there it is. It wasn't shining. I've gotten that too. I just have to manage my energy. Do my best to keep my energy up. For sure, Phil. Yo, holy small fry. What's up, October? Hope you're doing well today. Good to see you. We got the light ring chart. Now you know where to find the rings of light that mystically appear on the sea under the full moon. Oh, so we got the... Hang on. We got the incredible chart. Not this. We got Tingle's incredible chart. Okay. And we got our light ring chart. So under full moon, there are light rings that appear. Okay. Alright, so let's see. We did 4. We did 4. We did 6. 1. Now we'll do 3. Tingle's the guy who desperately wants to be an elf but isn't one. Yeah, fairy is the term they use. He wants to be a fairy but isn't. Yes, that's correct. He is he's an interesting character. We're actually going to see a lot of him eventually. Tingle is his buddy, the elf. That's Will Ferrell, right? That's the movie Elf. Is it a full moon? Is it actually a full moon? Did we get that lucky? Hang on. Oh, there. Can't see the moon. It's covered in dark clouds. But yeah. Here you go. What is that? What's that in the distance? Ooh. Ah. I wish there was a Zelda game where Tingle went on a quest and his wish eventually came true. There is. Phil. Oddly enough, there is. Kind of. It's for the DS. It's called Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land. Tingle's... Oh, something like that. Something along those lines. I think that's... Tingle has 3 of his own games. Ooh, what is this? Ah! Ooh. We'll tackle that later. One of them is funny and the other is creepy. You decide which is which. Oh, between Tingle and Buddy the Elf. That's awesome. So Tingle's got 3 games. They were all released, I believe, on the DS. And 2 of them are Japan exclusives, if I'm not mistaken. And then the other one, freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land. That's the one. Then the other one is just a balloon fight. Is that balloon fight? I think that's the old NES game. It's just balloon fight but with Tingle, and I think that's the only one that was released here in the US. It was just a short little fun kind of homage. But yes, that does actually exist. The whole premise of the game, as I remember it, is that you have to go around just collecting as many possible rupees as you can, and then you keep bringing them to somebody who tells you that your wish of being a fairy will come true if you collect enough. That's how I remember it. It's been a long time. I'm trying to think of the whole plot, but it's very interesting. I would recommend looking it up. Just look up like Zelda Tingle games, and I'm sure you'll find it. Roop!
24th Philly cheesesteak meat store brand go.
Roop, thank you so much for 24 months. 2 years! And 24 Philly cheesesteaks. That is going towards our Thunder Dragon and Skyward Sword. We're very close to meeting that incentive. Hope you're doing well today, Roop. Also, speaking of Philly cheesesteaks and you, weren't you supposed to have come to Philly this, or close to Philly this year at some point? Philly sounds good. Guess I'm hungry. Oh, was that supposed to be like right around then, right around like this time, or all of a sudden it just once you wrote that like unlocked a memory of you mentioning that early this year. Oh man, oh that stinks. I didn't want to ask for the time. Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. I'm right here. Yeah, there's Philly. I was supposed to go to someone's high school graduation. Oh, okay. All of a sudden you said that, and I was like, oh yeah, I thought Rube mentioned like coming to the area around the summertime. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense now. Oh, that's such a shame. Alright, where are the other cannons? One. Just have to set up a fun to get you and Ethan to come out to the big rocks. There you go. That sounds like a plan. Ethan's much closer than I am. Not that he's like super close, but he's definitely closer than me. Alright, where's the peak on this? Oh, over there. It's always on, like, they always put it on the far side, so you have to go through all this walking and rolling over to the other side. Takes like an hour of your time. Oops. What do I have? 4, 6, 1, and 3. So I need 2 and 5. that all I have left? I think. No speedrun for Zelda. So what I'm doing on Triforce Tuesdays, Phil, and this is actually, we are 1/2 of a year through. This is week 26. Is I'm just 100%ing every Zelda game on stream. And I'm just taking my time with it, and obviously doing 100%. Uh-oh. Did it just fire, or is it broken? Thank you, Health, for trying. It might have just fired recently. We got a treasure chart there. I'm just taking my time with it. Doing 100% in Zelda games takes a long time, especially in these later titles. Oh, 9 minutes ago? I thought the cooldown was 5. Maybe it's 10. So just taking my time going through the game. Not like taking my sweet time, but just going through and doing everything I can to eventually get 100% in everything. What do I need? 2 and 5 we're looking for. There's 5. So we'll go there. The first one is tough. I'm playing it for real, for the first time. And drawing maps because the land is confusing. That is one of the biggest complaints, I think, about the first Zelda game. It is, and that's what people did when it first came out. People just drew maps. Luckily, I'm familiar enough with the game by this point in my life that I've remembered where everything is for the most part. That was the shortest one out of all of them. That one only took me 1 week. Not 1 week. It took me 1 stream. It was, 1 week's worth of a Triforce Tuesday stream. So I'm going in order. I'm going in chronological order of release. And let's try the command again. There it is. Okay, it might be a 10-minute cooldown. So there's a spreadsheet there. You can see all the games that I've completed so far. You can see all the upcoming games. You can see all the incentives that we're trying to reach, and that means more Zelda, which is cool. So, but yeah, lots of Zelda for the foreseeable future. Every Tuesday, unless I'm not around or something happens. But most Tuesdays for the foreseeable future. That's good. I'm good enough on health. We'll do... Oh, wait. Truck is in the shop getting repairs today. Wallet is crying a bit. That doesn't sound good. What happened to the truck? I'm sorry to hear that, Roop. Such a good series from Square One, although I heard The Adventure of Link is skippable. Do I like it? I do actually like it. I think it gets a lot of hate because A, it is very difficult. I will say that up front. It is very, very difficult. It's one of the hardest Zelda games. And B, it is a completely different style from what people are used to in terms of Zelda. It is way different, but I think people hate on it, kind of just to hate on it. Both wheel bearings are going bad, and the thing that changes the air direction for the vents doesn't work. Oh, really? That's not good. What year is your truck, Roof? I hope it's able to get fixed, and hope it doesn't cost you an arm and a leg. 2015, but you already have, wow, 217,000 miles on it. That is a lot. So you're gonna laugh at me so much. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't even reveal this information. I don't drive very often. Even when I had full-time jobs, I didn't have to go very far. You guys are gonna laugh at me. I don't think I should say the mileage on my car. My car is a 2005. Go ahead, take some guesses in the chat. I want to see some guesses. Maybe I'll just tell you who's closest. 34? 50? Yeah, it's not that bad. You guys are really undershooting it. 95? 9,000? What? That would mean I've never left my house in my life. That's undershoot. Okay, maybe I feel less embarrassed now that because you guys are putting some low numbers. It's 2005. I mean, think about that. 120. That's the closest so far. That's the closest so far. It's 135. Now I feel less bad because you guys really undershot it there. Mine is 2014, bought new, only 88k. Nice. I don't go anywhere. I haven't had a job. And when I did have jobs, I was super close to home. One was like fairly, well, I guess it was like 25 miles round trip, which is not bad, but then the job I had after that was, I don't know, 7 miles or something like that. 8 miles. I don't know. So I really, and I worked from home a lot of the time for that job. So not only was it super close to home, but if I did have to go in the office, it was like right down the road. I'm at 65k for 2019. I mean, really, realistically, think about it. Like a 2005. That's almost 20 years. And we haven't even crossed the 150 mark, you know? Oh, you're close to work too. That's good. I'm around 300k total. Oh, on all of my cars back to 99. I thought you meant for one car. I was like, what? I worked with some people who crossed the 300,000 mile mark on a couple vehicles. Mel is responsible for some of the mileage. I'll add that in. That's real low. We were throwing out silly numbers. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I think you guys were like really undershooting it. But realistically, like 135 is super low for almost a 20-year-old car. Lots of concert road trips in my Camry. That's why I drive a Camry. It has seen many road trips. Not me, man. Mine has seen work and shopping and stuff, and that's pretty much it. I don't like driving, and I'm usually with other people who prefer to drive, and that works out. You know, if I could go the rest of my life with just having friends who like to drive, that would be awesome. I just don't enjoy driving. It's not a good experience for me. I do it when I need to. It's not like I don't ever drive, but if I can avoid it and somebody else is willing, that's not it, right? And somebody else is willing to drive, then yeah, by all means, please do. You are in the market for a newer ride? Oh boy, good luck. Good luck with that, Rube, because I know costs are very high right now. I love driving. Driving is great. That's how I get everywhere because I'm too anxious to drive. I love it. I'm ultra safe. Yeah, I'm a good driver. Good driver friend. Another treasure chart. Let's go. I get some level of anxiety with driving, but ooh, there it is. But it's wait, which reef is this? I think that's probably 4. I think that's 4. I can go to places where I'm familiar with and pretty comfortable with without any issue. But if you're like, I don't know, if you're gonna send me on some expedition to an area that I'm just completely not familiar with, then that's when I start getting anxious about it. Hey, what's up, Mega? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Looking towards getting a car a little more reasonable, being in the city. Oh yeah, good call. I used to like driving more when it was part of my job. The post office these days, I drive so little, I get a bit nervous about it. Love driving. Google Navigation Lady does a great job of keeping me stress-free when I'm in unknown areas. That's still stressful for me. That's still like a stressful... There's 2i. Okay. We'll go there next. Then we'll be done with the eye reefs. So that's good. Prefer to drive over being a passenger. Not me. If I trust the person driving, then it's no big deal, but if I don't trust the person driving, then that's definitely more anxious than me being in control. What really helped was knowing it doesn't matter if you miss a turn. Yeah, that's true. I am pretty calm about that. I don't really stress about that kind of thing. I guess I just stress more about things like, I don't know, not being aware of, you know, like the roads, and then like maybe I turn my head and I try to go into it, and then like, you know, anything can happen. It's just, I don't know, driving's a very unpredictable experience, and it's not always your fault. In new areas, I'm good at navigating those street signs. But if the street signs are small, a friend who is a sign name spotter is a huge help. Biggest problem with driving is other people. Exactly, Mega. Exactly. You never know, man. You never know. Is that Song of Passing? I've already forgotten. You guys have way better drivers south of the border. I don't know, maybe in Minneapolis. I haven't experienced that for myself, but you come to the Northeast, Gecko, it is a disaster here. It is a disaster. We are known for bad driving. I think that pirate ship or one of the things took out its own turret. Hang on, let me concentrate here real quick. And then... That didn't hit me, I disagree. Go away. Get out of here. Please die. I hit that. Nice. Go away. Get out of here. Please die. Oh, that was it? Oh. Hog. I thought I was still getting shot at. Anything could happen sums up my anxiety of driving. Yeah, same. Something about being born north of 49 results in some kind of lobotomy. Doesn't help that I live in Florida. Oh, Florida's really bad too. Florida's got awful drivers. Yeah, yeah, I can attest to that. Florida's one of the worst states in terms of driving. I will agree with that. That I've experienced. Categorically, don't let people merge ever. Florida drivers suck. I was reminded of that at AGDQ 2020. Florida drivers are literally the worst. No turn signal. That's true. No turn signal in sight. They just run lights. They don't care, man. They do not care. I get road rage as a passenger. Florida drivers or New York drivers are retired. I love driving New York. New York's very bad too. I'll drive about anywhere, but I hated that. Worst traffic I've ever been in. Rush hour and DC and Chicago. Rush hour and DC. Absolutely. I've been in New York City. Always took cabs or subway. Driving through Times Square at 3:30 p.m. and my pickup on accident was a real experience. That doesn't sound fun. That does not sound fun. Did rush hour in Seattle a number of times when I was there in 2015. It's like 1,000 times better than Winnipeg rush hour. Never been to Seattle. I don't remember Florida like that, but I don't think I was the driver. Florida is very, very anxiety inducing. Yeah, DC traffic is impossible. You don't ever want to be in the DC area anywhere close to 8 a.m. anywhere like, and we'll give a 1 hour plus grace period, maybe like a 90-minute grace period. So like 8 a.m., 5 p.m., or even midday. You don't want to be anywhere near DC. And I mean that, like, nowhere near. All the roundabouts. DC is impossible. DC is very, very bad. Alright, where am I going? Where was the treasure chest? Oh, there it is. Oh, this should be a freebie, right? That should just be from here. Denver. So I've never experienced Denver. I've never been over there. I would love to, but I don't know what kind of experience that's like driving. I can say New England has some of the worst drivers you'll ever see. I don't know if November's in the chat. I know November's not originally from the New England area, but he's there now. I don't know if he can attest to that or not, but holy moly, New England drivers. Denver's traffic is a bit different. It's bad, but it's a little more tame in that people will actually let you in and they're not super aggressive. Well, that's good. That's a good thing. Running red lights is a huge issue. That's so weird to me. That is so bizarre. I don't understand how that becomes an issue. Traffic circles are the bane of your existence. Traffic circles are easy. I'm pretty lucky. My employer... Ooh, treasure chart. My employer is only maybe 15 minutes away from me on the same side of the city I live on. Yeah, that's pretty good. New England is pretty bad. I will say New York is worse given the sample size. Well, if you're talking New York City, then yeah. But, I mean, you can compare New York City to something like Boston and it would be just as bad. But I'm talking just the entire state of Massachusetts and Rhode Island. Those people don't care. They don't care. They will like willingly get into an accident. They just don't care, and it's so wild. You do not exist on the road to them. You have to be so careful. And then we're building a new office that's on the edge of the city and 5 minutes away from my house. Nice. Let's go. Yes, they are called massholes. That's correct. But seriously, Massachusetts and Rhode Island, awful, awful driving experiences. People drive the wrong way on a one-way road. I've seen it in real time. It is a very scary area to drive in. All right, I am going to take a very short break. We have completed all the eye reefs, which is good. And then we'll be right back, and I'll continue. We have a couple more things to take care of. I'll be right back. All right. If you like driving fast, Nashville and other parts of the South are fun. Flow of traffic on I-40 outside of rush hour. It's like 85. The only driving I did in New York City is when I moved there, and when I moved out of there, the lady that owned the house I lived in Brooklyn didn't get her driver's license until she was like 60. There's like no reason. I definitely understand that. People living in the city not getting a driver's license. I think that's completely more than fine. Let's take us back there. I think that's the treasure chart I just got here. Thank you for the welcome back. Massachusetts is definitely bad. Connecticut, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island, we're all okay. Yeah, I would agree with Connecticut, Vermont, and New Hampshire. Rhode Island has been... I've been up there multiple times in the past several years, and it's always been a bad experience. Close to the Providence area. And sometimes in the Providence area. Well, Providence proper, but generally not a great experience in Rhode Island. I heard Connecticut drivers ignore stop signs. I did not experience that when I was there. They're also the insurance capital of the world over there, so... Rural drivers here ignore stop signs. They're just suggestions. Are the waters relaxing or vertigo-inducing? They're relaxing to me. My wife's in her mid-30s and only has her learner's permit for ID. Using a passport to buy booze is overkill. Yeah, they might question that maybe. There it is. Some relatives used to live in Pakistan. This was a long time ago, but I guess there used to be no speed limits or lanes. It was chaos on the road. I guess the US at least has rules. Yeah, it's just how many people want to follow those rules. We got a secret cave chart. Now you can find out where you know where to find the secret caverns. Let's check it out. You want to see where secret caverns are? Secret cave chart. There's one right here. Okay. This is... Nope. This. Okay, let's go there. My complaint with Vermont has nothing to do with driving. May I ask, are you willing to voice your complaint with with Vermont? No Wookiee slander in the chat. There was still snow around from the big blizzard right after Christmas. The year I left New York, Brooklyn drivers did things I didn't expect considering the piles of snow on the sides. It was a little scary, but once I got to the bridge, it was like Pittsburgh the rest of the way through New York City. Wasn't Super Troopers in Vermont, was it? Too close to you. It's funny because there's a chunk of Minnesota that got missurveyed forever ago, called the Northwest Angle. Super Troopers 2 could basically be that. I haven't seen Super Troopers 2. Why does it not like my photographs? Am I not meant to take one of the... I thought I was meant to take one of the King Red lines. Oh well. I'll figure it out. Somebody might have to look that up for me if you want to in the meantime. Alright, let's go down and south. I helped my cousin move into a college in Vermont. He needed to grab some stuff before settling in, so we went to Walmart, so imagine standard Walmart goers plus 2 words. Open carry. Oh. E. I mean, I'd be... To be... Well... I don't know how much I should say. I think I'd be more scared in other states with open carry. Maybe I'll just leave it at that. Has anyone read Super Troopers? I haven't, but I imagine the book being different than the movie. I did not read the book. We got the Sea Hearts chart. You can find where the pieces of heart are located. Time for meetings. Good luck sailing. Thank you, Roop. Good luck with your meetings. Hope you have a good day. Here's our Sea Hearts chart. There you go. There's your look. What else do we have here? Oh, that's the boating. Ah, shoot, I should have gone up there while I was up there. That's this, right? Yeah, I was just up there. Thank you for the lurk, Gecko. Good luck with your meetings. Hope they go well. Florida just passed open carry laws. If I wasn't already agoraphobic, I'm definitely not going outside now. Florida was basically open carry before the laws, though. Like, you know what I mean? People are not very shy. I just ordered The Beastmaster off Amazon after finding the 80s movie is based off an old book. The Beastmaster. Not heard of that one. Alright, go this way. I've been more scared in states without open carry, but purple. Oh, people just walking around with assault style rifles like it's normal is unpleasant. No, I agree. I agree with that. I'm saying I think there are other states in which that same thing is legal that I would be a lot more scared in. That's still very scary, don't get me wrong, but I think there are states where it's a lot scarier. than Vermont. Why can my phone not properly type people? My friend has literally had someone make a shooting motion at them with their hand before because they cut her off and she honked. Now these people can get guns. Yeah, that's very scary. Like, you gotta be, since we were talking about driving, we got the Island Hearts chart. Since we were talking about driving and everything, you gotta be careful, like, with what you do at all on the road these days, because people are they just don't have a care in the world, man. They'll do whatever, so it's like, it's almost not even worth defending yourself on the road, which is crazy, but, it's the truth. Because you never know what you're gonna get yourself into. Not that you've done anything incorrect, but, oh, that's perfect. I'm actually on the right. Nice. But yeah, you get somebody not very level-headed, and then that's the end of it. It's very scary stuff. People about to flip off now are cops. I mean, that's let's not get into it, but that's another, you know, another situation that puts you in danger. Yeah, that might be worse, right? People are just wild. Gotta keep your wits about you as best you can. Yeah, gotta keep your wits about you, and you gotta... Unfortunately, you can't say anything to anybody. You can't do anything to anybody. You just have to be careful, man. Because you never know what somebody's going to do. Arresting's not so much what I would fear. I did tell the story. Was it earlier this year or was it the end of last year? Where I was out on my daily walk just for exercise, which I had been doing for many years, where I just walk around the neighborhoods and everything, and I'm always in some sort of exercise clothes. Like, if nothing else gives it away, I guess at least my shoes. They're running shoes, they're reflective and everything, but usually, even in the cold weather, I'll have like a reflective jacket or, you know, bright clothing, and even my my sweats usually will have some reflective on them. So it's like, you know, I'm, you know, out for exercise. And I got pulled over. I saw a cop just sitting in a neighborhood. He was just chilling out, and I just continued on my walk. And I actually, weirdly enough, I actually waved at the cop, which I never do, and I just happened to. And I waved at the cop, and where is the... Oh, it's back there. And I just continued on my walk, and everything was fine, and then I see the cop drive past me, and I just thought he was doing his thing. And then, you know, I'm walking through the neighborhood as I always do, and, you know, turning down streets. And it's, you know, I live in a decent area, in a nice neighborhood, not like upper class, but like a nice neighborhood where you really don't have to worry about too much. And then I see him pass me again. I make another turn, and I see him pass me a third time. And then, ooh, we get the Great Fairy chart. I want to see the Great Fairy chart. And then eventually, he pulls beside me and puts his window down, and I've got my earbuds in. And here's our Great Fairy chart. Look at all the fairies. And so he puts his window down and asks me something, and I take out my earbud. He's like, "Can I talk to you for a second?" I was like, sure. Like, I guess. I don't know why you want to, but you can. And so he gets out of his car, and, like, I had gone around the front of his car, and I hadn't thought about it. If I had thought about it, I probably would have just stayed where I was, but, so he gets out and starts talking to me. And he's asking me, like, what I'm doing, why I'm walking around, and all that. And I'm just like, I'm out for exercise. Like, I do this every day. I just walk around my neighborhood. He's like, oh, where do you live? And I was actually fairly close to home by the time he ended up pulling beside me. And I was like, and I gave him my street name. And I kind of pointed in the general direction. And he goes, what's your name? I tell him my name. And I always carry my license and everything on me just in case too. Because you never know. And so he pauses for a minute, and then I find out that it was an old neighbor of mine from when I was growing up, who still lives in the area, and he's a cop in the town now. And so like he's like, oh yo, it's it's good to see you. But he was like, before he like completely changed his tune, he was telling me how there's like break-ins, and there's been break-ins in the area, and I just I'm just questioning you. And it's like, yeah, you're questioning me because I've got like long hair and a beard. Like, I know what's going on. I'm not stupid. You're profiling me because I'm a man with long hair and a beard. And like, I had walked past other people during my walk, like young women, old people taking out for their walks, and I waved to everybody to say hello and all that. Like, I'm just generally a nice person. I'm not bothering anybody. And I passed by other people, and you're not pulling any of them over and talking to them. It's only talking to me. So, like, I'm not stupid. I know what's going on. I know you're profiling me because you think like I don't know. I'm different, right? I'm not the clean cut, whatever kind of citizen you expect. But I'm like, yeah, I'm the one doing the break-ins in the area with all this reflective and bright clothing and my running shoes. Yeah, it's me. But yeah, you fit the description of a local hooligan. You must be a rebel. But I'm like, it's so frustrating because this isn't the first time this happened to me. But then, like, when I tell him who I was, and I happened to have known him since I was a kid, then his tune changed completely. He turns off his camera. And he's like, "Yo, how you doing? How's the family? How's everything going?" I was like, "Yo, I'm sorry to have to pull you over, but there's been break-ins in the area." I was like, "Yeah, but I know what you're doing. I know you're profiling me." And had I not known him, had it not been like a complete shot in the dark that I happen to know this one cop in the township, then my day probably could have been a lot longer. If they don't believe what I'm saying, they want to take me in for questioning, all that kind of stuff. It's just, it's such BS. What did I get? Oh, octo chart. Here we go, there's all the octos. I only have one. Does that mean I only have one left? I don't think I've taken a picture. I think I still need to take a picture of the big octos. But yeah, so that's a thing that happens too. And like, God forbid, obviously I'm a white male, but it could have been a lot different if I wasn't. It could have been a lot worse. It's just such BS, man. Oh, it is there. I get it, but don't get it. They should think more about things like the clothes and the context clues. I agree. At the same time, they have to make decisions off something, or else they're just sitting on their hands. Seems like a complicated job. The thing is, like, what's most upsetting is that, again, I'm out there with it was the middle of the, broad daylight. It's not like it was early in the morning when the sun wasn't up or late at night when the sun was down. It's broad daylight, middle of the afternoon, and I'm out there with everybody else taking a walk, and I'm the only one who gets questioned, That's what sucks. It's like, I know you're not questioning all these other people that I passed, because I saw you pass everybody but me. Like, you don't go and question the young girls who are running, or like the older women, or even other men that I pass typically on my walks, who are like more clean cut, right? Like, that have short hair and maybe a close beard if they have facial hair, but they're not getting questioned. It's just me, because I've got the long hair and the beard. And it's happened before. It's not the first time. I'm used to being profiled because of that, but it sucks. It's very silly. Meet your profiled. I don't know, people like to think that people with long hair can't be good people. I don't know. I don't know what kind of weird... Oh, relax, I know. I'm turning. Well, I was trying to turn. What kind of weird stereotype that is, that somebody with long hair can't be a good person. Well, a man with long hair can't be a good person. Like, if you got to know me for a moment, you would know that I'm one of the nicest people. I'm too radical, challenging the system with your hair. It's 2023, like, it's crazy. That's the thing, Future. Like, yeah, I'm far more afraid. Okay, I am very aware of my surroundings these days. Very aware of everything that's happening, all mass shootings and everything that happens so often in this country. I'm always very aware of people around me. And I am so much more aware of clean-cut white guys than I am of anything else. Honestly. Because those are the ones who are the problems, typically. $5 says the break-ins were off-duty cops. I mean, I haven't... Here's the thing, I live here, and I hadn't heard of any break-ins or anything. So... Was I just stopped just to have fun? I didn't hear of any break-ins happening. There was a bunch of seagulls. I thought I was finding my big octo here. But yeah, it's just a bunch. It feels like a bunch of BS, but. And like, again, it's like, yeah, lucky I happened to know this person from my childhood, and he was like, oh yeah, you're a good person because I know you. But like, what if he wasn't the cop that pulled me over? What if I didn't know them? And oh, should be quiet. I'm just trying to find this octo. I'm assuming that means I did not defeat this one yet. Take me to your leader. Where's your octo? I'm clean cut white guy. I'm not a criminal in general. I got crazy on handful on drunk occasions, but overall squeaky clean. No, I'm not saying I profile every clean cut white guy. I'm saying that, like, in general, of all the things that are happening in our country, those are usually the people that you have to watch out for. Like, everybody wants to do the whole racial profiling thing. This guy's black and he looks mysterious. He must be a bad person. It's like, I'm not really worried about those people most of the time. Like, if I'm in the mall, I've brought this up before, but if I'm in the mall and it's not, like, exceptionally cold, I have seen, like, white guys with large coats on, and I'm like, I don't want to be anywhere near you. And luckily, like, nothing has ever I've never gone home and, like, turned on the news and heard that something happened or anything like that. But it's just a scary thing. Like, I'm watching those people. Someone who sees cops at my neighbor's place more often than I'm comfortable with. Let me tell you, they love the black and white blue stripe flag. Oh my gosh. There's a ton of those in my neighborhood, too. Yeah, the large coat's, like, very, very scary thing. I don't like seeing that. Especially if it's not, like, the dead of winter. Maybe I'm just missing this. I don't know what's going on. Every car in Florida's got one. Alright, so all the seagulls are here. This is where I was. Huh. Alright, maybe that's something I revisit. Alright, I need to go there. My groceries were just delivered, and I'm grossly excited about these Dr. Pepper... Dr. Pepper baked beans? Too bad Rupert left. Dr. Pepper baked beans, huh? I wish I liked more beans. I'm starting to come around the more I, like, kind of force myself to eat them. I'm getting a bit better with it. But it's really only certain types. The doctor and I have never gotten along. You don't like Dr. Pepper? Leave a review in the Discord. There you go. We gotta let Roop know about it. Make sure you take a picture. Not big on soda, but Dr. Pepper, Dr. Pee-Pee is the bee's knees. I like the very rare occasional Dr. Pepper. It's been a long time since I've had a Dr. Pepper, but I try to stay away from soda as much as I can. I don't love drinking soda. Oh, actually, that reminds me. I've tried it on multiple occasions and never finished a can. Fair enough. I was at Target this weekend, and I was just like, oh, I'm just gonna grab a soda, which I never do. Literally never. I don't know that I've ever in my adult life grabbed like one of those sodas out of the fridge from like a Target or wherever. But I decided to over the weekend. And I saw I'm a Coke drinker. I don't like Pepsi. I grabbed a Coke and I looked at it and it said plus XP flavor, which I know Coke has done this thing where in the past where they just give these completely BS flavor names. Like I think one of them was Space and it tasted like cotton candy, or it was supposed to taste like cotton candy. Like they do that kind of thing. It's this weird thing. So this one was just plus XP, like, you know, experience up. And it had like a League of Legends advertisement on it, and I don't know anything about League of Legends. So, hello? So I open it and I take a sip and I'm like, this is atrocious. And I'm like, what is this? So I'm like, this is really bad. I'm not a fan of this. And so eventually I take another sip. I'm like, oh, this tastes very distinct. I feel like I know this. I know this flavor. I'm like, I put it down. I eventually take another sip. Why is this so bad? This is so bad. Whatever this is, I was like, this is a very distinct flavor that I know, but I can't place it. And and eventually, I think on like the fourth sip, I'm like, it's banana. It's banana candy. Like banana runts or like gummy banana candy, but mixed with Coke. And so I actually Googled it to try and find out what the flavor was. And and it turns out like there you can't actually find out what Coke specifically. I guess they don't release the name, but other people online were also talking about it, and apparently that's like the general consensus is that it's like the banana candy. And I cannot recommend that to anybody. Don't, if you see Coke plus XP anywhere, don't get it unless you're super curious and you have a group of people that are willing to try it. I did eventually drink the whole bottle, but it took me hours and hours to get through. And it was not a pleasant experience. Young Waker of the Winds, allow me to aid you in your quest. I drink so little soda now that it tastes like sugar and only sugar. I like the occasional soda. I keep missing Convo because my kid wants all the snacks. I'll be back. Good luck. Thank you, Mega, for the hello. Now you can carry more arrows. Carry up to 60 wherever you go. The fairies in this fountain shall ease your weariness. When you grow fatigued from your battles, I'm here to be refreshed. Thank you. Flavor names that regular people can't make sense of. It's so stupid. I don't know, like, why that's their thing. But I feel like it's a bad business decision. Like, because somebody said, like, oh, maybe they do that so it intrigues you. But I feel like that would also drive people away. It's like, I don't know what plus XP flavor is. I'm not touching that until I know somebody who's had it. So, like, I feel like it's a bad business decision on Coke's part to not tell you what flavor they're releasing. That's very strange. The only weird Coke flavor I tried was Dream World. That was another one. That was a fairly recent, like within the last year. And I can't remember what that one was supposed to taste like, but yeah, none of their flavors are ever good. I have tried them just out of pure curiosity, but they're never good. You don't like the fake banana? Weird choice of flavors. It tasted like flowers too. Why did I choke it down? So I didn't waste money, I guess. Because I'm poor. If I really want a flavored Coke, vanilla's fine. Vanilla Coke is awesome. Cherry Coke is awesome. But any of these weird flavors that they're coming out with, like Dream World and Space and plus XP, don't. Not that you specifically would, Health, but I would recommend anybody in chat not to try them, because they're never good. And I'll be the guinea pig. I'll come to you guys with the review and let you know, because I'll try it out and I'll hate it and I'll tell you about how bad it tastes. Because you shouldn't be mixing any of these things with Coke. Whether, I think like one of them was cotton candy, maybe Dream World was bubblegum or something like that, and now you've got like fake banana flavor, like banana runts, which are fine on their own. All these things are fine on their own, but mixing them with the flavor of Coke is just atrocious. It's so bad. Such a poor decision. I really like vanilla Coke. Me too. There was orange flavored. So, oh man, orange Coke. So, actual sleeper, man. Orange Coke is incredible. Do you remember when they first came out with those like remix machines or whatever, where you would go to a restaurant not like a restaurant, not like a sit down, but like a fast food style restaurant or wherever. And you could make your own. You would pick like the base, which would be Coke or Sprite or ginger ale or whatever, and then you could pick a flavor. So this is way before Coke actually came out with an orange Coke. I tried orange Coke once. It was at a Moe's. You guys know Moe's, the like burrito place. And I was completely hooked on it. I loved it so much. Such a good combination, weirdly. You would never think. And it's not like a super citrus sort of orange. I don't know, it's like subtle enough and it just goes really, really well with the flavor of Coke, and I would get that every time one of those machines were available, like at Moe's or wherever else. And such a sleeper, man. So good. But I haven't done that in years. I would have got you a different one. Keep that one as a conversation piece in the fridge for when friends pop by. That's the thing, yeah. That's what you have to do. Is if you're buying one of those special Coke flavors, because they only sell them in the big bottles. What is it, like 20 ounce or whatever? You have to just keep that around for if you're having a party, and then you pour a little bit or just pass the bottle around depending on your comfort level with friends. But like have everybody try a little bit of it and then talk about it, because doing a full bottle on your own, it's so gross. It's never a good idea. Young Waker of the Winds, allow me to aid you in your quest. Meech sounds like your next pivot is to review Coke flavors around the world. Welcome to Moe's! 99 arrows, let's go! We can carry all the arrows. Pog! Orange Coke and rum. Orange Coke, I will keep an eye out for it. Coke flavor tier list, there you go. There you go. Now you're talking. It's more of a candied orange without the sharp citrus, right? Yeah, exactly, like orange is cream. Exactly. But it's good. I can fully recommend Orange Coke. I think the reason Coke hides the names from these weird flavors that they're trying out, the Space World or whatever the heck, Dream World and Space and plus XP, is because they know probably that people would never try it otherwise. But I think it would also pique curiosity for some people, where they'd be like, what the hell does banana Coke taste like? So I don't know, it's hard to gauge whether that's a good or bad business decision. I think it's a bad one. But also just don't come out with the flavor. Just don't do it. Here we go. Here we go. I'll read that in just a moment here. November. I hate this music. It makes it so creepy. I hate this music. Hee hee hee. Greetings, child. Hee hee hee. It seems like the door to your fate has already swung open, has it not? I am the queen of the fairy world. What is the matter? Does that not surprise you, child? I like you. And so I shall give you new power to the bow that you wield. In pain? The powers of fire and ice have been added to your arrows when you take out your bow. Use ZR to change arrowheads and then fire away. We got ice and fire arrows, ladies and gentlemen. From this creepy little fairy queen who has horrible music. Ice arrows can freeze the hottest flames and fire arrows can melt the coldest ice. The fairies in this fountain will ease your weariness. Use them as you need to. Child. I must tell you, you are just my type. Tee-hee-hee. Ooh. The king of red lines. What? He's just like, bro? Yay, we got ice and fire arrows. What game will you never, ever play because its community, online or fans, is just the worst? I might... Excuse me. I might have to think about that. Give me a moment to think about that one, November. There's a whole underground soda subculture. There are people that track when Baja Blast is released for the summer. I think that's who all of these weird flavors are for. That is strange. We have 50 vats full of cat pee flavored Coke. Call it Coke Panther and get it out of here. Did look like it hurt him. Aiming for weird these days. That's true. Commercials for the new flavors are so bizarre. Like, huh? By the time it finishes, I guess it's kind of fun. Dude, don't. Wheel is always an option. It is an option. I'm just trying to think if I have an answer. Nothing comes to mind like immediately. My answer to that question is Fortnite. I don't know anything about the Fortnite community. I was thinking more in terms of retro games. There's a million. There's a million newer games that I would never play because of the communities and just the style of game it is. It's like a combination of the two things. But I was thinking more of a retro game community. I don't know who I've taken pictures of here and who I haven't. I guess I'm just making it harder on myself, because I could just say Fortnite and that would be true. Rocket League can suck sometimes because people are jerks. Meech plays Dota 2 and discovers new friends. Why can't I take a good picture? Like, I thought for sure I was supposed to do a picture of the King of Red Lions. I don't know. I might just spin the wheel for you because I'm not sure if I even have an answer. I'm pretty sure I took his picture. Man, whose picture have I taken? I don't know whose picture I've taken and whose I haven't. Don't get me wrong, no one player of any game is automatically anything. You're allowed to like any game. No one has the right to think you're something, but in general, no thanks. I had a friend who described Fortnite as a game for 11-year-old aggressive children, and I thought that was the funniest thing. Does anybody remember who I've taken photos of in this island? Dota 2 community is notoriously toxic to new players. Oh, really? Dude, I can't remember. I don't remember any photos I've taken. I'm gonna get there and he's gonna be like, I have this one, I have this one, I have this one. I can't think of anything specific. There's communities I kind of distance myself from a bit, but not necessarily. I wouldn't say I would necessarily never play those games. I might just give you a wheel spin later, because I can't really come up with anything. I feel like we got this guy. I feel like we got these people, but I genuinely cannot remember. Oh. What the heck just happened there? Wait, does it? Why is it so hard? No. I don't remember songs. Oh, there we go. Okay. No, Link, what are you... Nice jump. It's very, very difficult to hold an arrow and also aim. Bro. First try. Fine night, isn't it? Well, would you look at that? The Ferris wheel just started moving all on its own. Somebody must have started up. Wonder who got that thing going again. Don't know who it was or where he is, but he must be a nice guy. Assuming, of course, that he is a guy. Seeing as how it's finally moving again, you should go for a ride while you have the chance. You can jump into the gondola seats just around the corner from here. Trust me, little man, it's fun. Did you see that, little man? The light in the lighthouse is being reignited. Check out the beam of light that sweeps out now, shining through the night's darkness. Seeing that brave beam fighting the gloom has made me so happy. Just feel like they're like giving somebody a present. So here, I'm giving this to you, little man. Wow, thanks. Now Windfall is going to be even more lively than before. Hooray for everything! This is a clever scenario in the game. I'm not great at shooting on the horse in Breath of the Wild. I'm eventually going to have to pass those challenges. For right now, my horseback aim is sketch. It can be tough. Luckily in Breath of the Wild, you have like the option for gyro controls that make things, I feel like, quite a bit easier. But it can definitely be hard. On this, I have to you have to hold the arrow with X and also rotate your camera with the right stick, and they're next to each other, so it makes it near impossible. So I actually had to use two hands to do that, which is a very strange feeling. Don't remember horse challenges in Breath of the Wild. I remember a couple. I think precisely two. Nope. Turn back now! Link! You dummy. Yeah, I remember that one. And I remember another one too. Get more magic. It's not magic. Hopefully I can make it. Blocked it out because it stinks. Yes. Yes it does. Any magic? Aiming and hitting them on a moving horse with the time limit is so difficult. I remember having trouble with that too. Another piece of art. Let's go. I did the Korok Seed fence jump challenge with the bike. Really? Using the arrows you buy, you don't have unlimited tries. Shh. Take off, go away. Okay, bye. I'm gone. Gone. Do the thing. Am I not far away enough? We have to talk multiple times. Wait, I'm going away. I'm away. Go do your thing. Do the thing. If you like shooting arrows, may I recommend the sequel to Breath of the Wild? Oh, there she goes. I had to go the other way. I gave up the first go around because I didn't want to use all of my arrows. I do love the in-game archery, just on horseback it's hard. Absolutely. Definitely is. You go up. You must have gone up, right? Oh, how did you find me? I'm a cat. Hey, what's up, Rocket? You're doing well, good to see you. Ah. Louder, Link. Why don't you be a little bit louder? Okay, I think we're golden. Okay. You startled me. What do you want? My heart is racing. You scared me. Wait, are you the kind of creep who goes around at night scaring people? That's just plain mean. Who do you think you are, anyway? A night creeping rascal. I'm an ally of justice. A what? An ally of justice? I'm not a thief, I swear. I haven't stolen anything. Well, yet. Please let me go. It was just an impulse, that's all. Just a bad idea. Why don't you say anything? Does this mean you're mad at me? Could you at least listen to the circumstances in my life that led up to this moment? Please, you owe me that much. I do? Quiet, you! Yeah, sure. I was once the richest little debutante in this town. Did you know that? But one day, a monstrous bird came and took me away to a terrible place called the Forsaken Fortress, where I was locked up and held captive. Oh, it was awful. My father spent every last rupee in his coffers? What is that? What is coffers? In an attempt to get me rescued. That's right, every last bit of our family fortune gone. That was when my life of poverty began. Now, every day, from morning until night, I'm busy working for the open air shop. So as you can see, at least I'm trying to settle into my poor lifestyle. Doesn't that just tug at your heartstrings? What do you say about the tragic events in my pitiable life? It's kind of funny. So rude. And to make matters worse, for some reason, I still can't figure out that slob Maggie, who's the poorest girl in town, suddenly got filthy rich. Maggie, of all people. Makes me so mad, I want to do something terrible. Grr. Do you understand my plight? Not at all. Then you let me go? Yeah, I'll just let you go. No! Not letting you go, but why not? Because I'm honest. It's true, I know I'm quibbling over nothing, but being so poor weakens a person's very soul. But it's time to quit making silly excuses for myself. Thank you so much. Thanks to you, I didn't have to sink down to the level of a common thief. I'll never do anything like that again. Ah, what an amazing feeling. Let all my worries out of my heart. Wow, I actually feel refreshed. Let me at least thank you. Please take this. A bottle! Nice. Don't look at me like that. I didn't steal it. I washed up on the shore, so I picked it up. Don't tease me like that. A tiny bottle made of crystal clear glass. It's so beautiful. Wish my soul could be that beautiful. Oh, what am I saying? When you live in poverty, you can say the cheesiest things without blinking an eye. So, I guess I should go soon. My father will start worrying. Bye, little ally of justice. Good luck to you. Bye. Thanks for tonight. Bye. Coffers, money stash. Interesting. Strongbox or small chest for holding valuables. Battered leather coffer sealed with wax and crest. I've never heard that before. Well, I have because I've played this game, but sure, I guess I've never looked it up. Like has been breaking into people's bank accounts in the sea when he fishes them up. Grr. Strongbox or small chest. Or recess in a ceiling. Yo, what's up, Tom? How you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're well today. Oh boy, my head is killing me. What's up, Sean? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. That way. Acceptably well. Oh, that's good enough, I guess. Happy Tuesday. Where think you going? I was trying to take a picture of you. How rude. How rude of you to walk away from a stranger taking a photo of you. Stop, you freak. You there, halt. Oh, you're just some wretched street urchin. I thought you were the postman. Be careful, because if you were the postman, I'd have shooed you out of here before you could say boo. But say, you look rather familiar for a street urchin. Have we perhaps met someplace before? Yeah, you wanted my help to find your freaking daughter, and now you're a jerk. And also, I helped. Can you stop? What is wrong with you? Do I even need your picture? I probably took it before. How is Mindmaker going? It's going okay. I've been taking care of things prior to getting to the main storyline again. So we've been doing a lot of treasure hunting and such, having some interesting conversations along the way. I've been playing Z1 lately. I'm glad there's no picture portion. More side questing for now. Excuse me, we should get to main quest in a little while here. To think that I would survive my ordeal and return to this town, and to think that I would ever be able to live in such a beautiful, opulent house. It's like a dream come true. But no, it's a nightmare without him by my side. It's like a rainstorm rages in my heart. He was so kind to me in the Forsaken Fortress, that sweet boy who gave me all these expensive necklaces when I fled from that cursed island. I was hearing his name lift my spirits. Mo, the wonderful moblin from the Forsaken Fortress. Forsaken Fortress, even. Oh, Mo. Why, Mo? I'm always writing heartfelt letters filled with my overflowing emotions, but why don't you answer me, Mo? Ah, this is bad. Oh, terribly bad. I've already drifted off into my own dream world. By the way, I have a request for you. Could you take this letter I've just finished inking and delivered to the postbox for me? Please, I beg of you. Yeah, sure, why not? What? Really? You're such a dear. You've made Maggie so happy. Got Maggie's letter. It's a letter from Maggie to her sweetie. The postbox, don't you dare forget. You must promise not to read it. The secrets of a girl's heart are to be shared only when she so desires. Alright, later. I don't even remember if I have your picture. Do I have your picture? I do now. Everybody in these games are so surprised when you agree to do something. I guess Hyrule is just full of rude people unwilling to help. Chunk for this postbox is near Dragon Roost Island. Postage is only 5 rupees. You wish to send this now? Parcel has been hereby accepted for delivery. Thank you for using the island postal service. We appreciate your business. Hog. Maggie and Mo. Almost sounds like the Rod Stewart sound. Maggie May. Maggie. Never seen your face. To be fair, if a 12-year-old demanded free stuff because he was saving the world, I'd be like, yeah, no. How did you get in here? I was only gone for a moment. Honestly, you just don't understand, do you? Open up your ears. Silence. I'm telling you, we don't allow postmen here. Be gone, be gone. Don't be ridiculous. I went through great trials and tribulations to go all the way to the Forsaken Fortress and return here with Mo's letter. Silence! Be gone, be gone! And please, be reasonable. Can you at least sign for the letter? Silence! Be gone, be gone! Just acknowledge I was here! Silence! Be gone, be gone! Ah! Foolish man! Now you've made me angry. I cannot even look you in the face any longer, or I fear I must go somewhere and cool my feathers. Well, what a wretched, unruly postman. I don't know anything about Mr. Mo in any Forsaken Fortress, and yet he always comes here bringing his letters. Does this Mo think I'll let him lay a hand on my one and only daughter, Maggie? I don't care whose letters they are. I'll never reach her on my watch. I see. Hyrule is a different kind of place. I'd be like, what exactly do you want? People do ask an awful lot of strangers in the whole Hyrule world, it seems. What are you doing, Link? I think we've got the postman, but... might not even be able to get a good shot. I'm pretty sure we've got him. I don't think that's gonna work now. We can get this guy, though. Maybe we can't. Oh, come on. He's not obstructed. It's a perfectly fine picture. There we go. We got plenty. I'd probably give him a box of bottles. Here, all yours. Oh, it's you. I'm sorry you had to witness me fly off the handle like that over at Maggie's house. I'm most embarrassed. That man just... never mind. To tell you the truth, though, came to deliver a letter addressed to Maggie from a mom named Mo, but as you saw, the girl's stubborn father won't permit me to give it to her. A stubborn, meddling old man refusing to accept letters from a postman. Who's ever heard such nonsense? I went to great trouble to go all the way to the Forsaken Fortress. It was a most frightening ordeal, let me tell you. If I don't deliver this letter, then I'm a failure of the delivery trade. But I have other deliveries waiting to be made. I cannot mope here forever. Actually, though, I have an idea. That old fool may not permit postmen on his premises. But surely he would allow you in the place, would he not? Should deliver this letter to Maggie in my stead? What do you say? I'll do it, honestly. You, young man, are a lifesaver. It truly never hurts to ask. I shall leave this letter in your care. Yeah, welcome back, Gecko. Hope your meetings went well. I'll keep him away from any pottery, though. You got the Moblin's letter, and this letter has a sort of sting to it. Take it to Maggie. I'm counting on you to put this in Maggie's hands, and I thank you. Oh my goodness, my head is pounding. I'm back, baby! I haven't watched Futurama in so long. Oh, Mo, my dear sweet burly Mo. When, oh when will you respond to me? Trudy loo la la. Mo is a moblin, yes. Is that, could it be? The letter from Mo that I saw in my dreams? Let me read it this instant. This is Mo. I like you, Maggie. So much that I want to eat you for dinner. Mm. Did you hear that? Those words? This means, I mean, it must mean, can it be? Is this a marriage proposal? A marriage proposal? It must be, at last. My feelings have been conveyed to Mo. At last he understands how I feel. This is the happiest day of my life. Choo-dee-doo-dee-doo-la-la! From here on out, today will be the anniversary of the true love for me and Mo. Oh, it completely slipped my mind. I must thank you for your role in this. To commemorate my anniversary of true love, I give you this. Ah, I got a piece of art. Judy-loo-hoo. Treasure it always. Thanks. Yeah, welcome back, nummies. How's the no reset Wind Waker going? Oh, I'm still sad. Mo isn't pretty, but come on. What did I say? What are the odds that we end up slaying him when we take on Ganon? Pretty good, I think. I think the odds are likely. What do you need, little urchin? Oh, I thought... Don't you have anything? Don't have anything to say to me? Hang on one sec. Does it need to be daytime? Daytime. Ah. What he wanted. Don't you want these? Alright, weird. I thought it was supposed to like talk to you about. This is one of those skull necklaces that my daughter Maggie brought back from the Forsaken Fortress. These sell quite well at antique shops. In fact, it was thanks to these beauties that I became so filthy rich overnight. From the looks of it, I'd say you have about 20 of these, don't you? Actually, I have 30. These aren't easy to come by either. Frankly, I'm amazed you found so many. I'll be bathing in money yet again, the money bath. The only bath that gets you filthy rich. Funny, very funny. You're a very funny fella. Alright, boy. I'll give you this as a tip. Now, I'm not thanking you or anything. I'm just feeling good today. Ooh, a treasure chart. Jamming out, Gecko. I was once quite poor myself, you know, but back then I used to dream of owning a boat I could use to go off in search of treasure. And now look at my filthy richness. Chase your dreams, little urchin. Alright. You suck. We'll find this treasure chart eventually. 2. Could have gone the other way. Alright, why are you leaving? Alright, let me take a quick peek here on the island. Piggy. Piggy. Okay. I think they moved, though. We're gonna try something here. Oh, that's for the old man. I'm feeling pretty good. Why? Because I recently got myself a pet pig. 3, in fact. I got a black splotch pig, too. How often do you see one of those? Not often, chum. I've led him ashore to graze over yonder, but the thing is I can't stop worrying about those little guys. Just so you know, if you ever have money issues, I give good financial advice. You come talk to me anytime, chum. May not look rich, but I got plenty of cash. Do I also just give it to you? I thought they were supposed to say something to you. That's very strange. Here, what happens if I... Pet pig! Oh, chum, that's a skull necklace. I collect these things. But how'd you know that? I can sell these things for huge profits at antique stores, which reminds me there's something I want to talk to you about, chum. Could you give me 3 of these? If you do, let you play a really fun game. I'll give you 3. Thanks, chum. I'm happy to take them off your hands. Alright then. Now I'll let you play my little game. It's called Piggy Sitting. I've let 3 pigs loose on this island. You have to bring them all back to me within 2 minutes. If you do a good job, I'll reward you for your trouble. Are you ready, chum? Absolutely. Bring them to me all within 2 minutes starting now. Ready? Go! Piggy, 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 piggy. Here, piggy, 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 piggy. First one arrives, you've got 131 left. Alright, that's... okay, I suppose. I think this pig's a little stinky. Second one shows up. Well, chum, there's only a minute 9 left. I think the other one's up there. Oh, yeah, there he is. I see him. Oh, what? I hit A. What is this pig doing? Let's go. First try. What a gamer. Piggy clowns. Wow, you found the 3rd one. Nice work. Well, chum, you win. Oh, yeah, I guess a promise is a promise. I owe you a little reward then, don't I? Alright, hold out your hand, chum. Hog, another treasure chart. Let's go. But still, cripes, how can my little piggies lose like that? They must be out of shape. Time for exercise regimen. Things won't go so easy for you next time. Oh. Treasure chart 42. That is... Is that? Okay, let's go grab that. And we'll grab the other one, and then I'll take a break. And take some medicine. Because my head is pounding, and I feel nauseous. So I think we're going into migraine territory. Awesome. Top right. Ekans Pog. Come on, no hands. I love that you can just kind of chill when you're sailing. 100 rupees. The other one, number 2. Number 2. Quick pit stop for some treasure. Oh, I missed. He stopped like super late. My wallet's nearly full now. I'm a little too short here. Hog! Another heart container, let's go. Alright, that is going to be break time for me, and when we come back, we'll be doing more adventuring. More adventuring. Who's ready? Who's ready? Let's continue our adventure. Hopefully make some progress here. See how much longer I can go before I feel like I can't play anymore. We traded Kevin Hayes? What? Really? Why are we about to throw up? Yeah, I've got a migraine. It started out as a headache. Streaming when you feel sick, Meech, please. Eh. Who cares? I'll be fine. If I feel like I can't go anymore, we'll call it. Thank you, Caddy. To St. Louis for 6th round pick. Thank you, Health. 6th round for Kevin Hayes? I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. That's so frustrating. Don't, comma, feel better. They've got this all screwed up. What all have you tried? I have 2 friends besides you who get migraines. I wonder if those acupressure needles would help. I mostly just go for over-the-counter migraine medicine, specifically Excedrin, which tends to help usually, but not always. I do have migraine masks now, which are just, you know, you put in the freezer, and then you put them on your eyes. Those are pretty nice, but I don't know necessarily that they stop my migraines. I was supposed to try another headache, like a powder, but I've completely forgotten about that. And the Flyers retain 50% on Hayes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's hire Danny Briere. Let's make Danny Briere our general manager. Things will be great. Yeah, what an awesome decision. He's the right man for the job, surely. You know, he used to play for the Flyers. He knows what he's doing. Let's put Danny Briere in charge of trades. Psilocybin? What is that? I've not heard of that. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Oops. I know nothing of most of this. Sports are one of my favorite things in the world. Magic mushrooms? Chemical and shrooms? Yo, we're gonna get lit. Get high. I don't know if I could handle mushrooms. Oh, it's a new thing? Interesting. I have never drug. Way too dang. Come on. I'm strapped for time here. Come on, make this easy on me. Don't drug. Small microdoses are supposed to bring amazing clarity and lack of problems. Honestly, for migraines, it's pretty reliable. We're getting close to legalizing it in Canada. I gotta talk to my doctor about my migraines. I've never brought it up. I've just always dealt with it. But it's kind of taking a toll. And they're more and more frequent these days as well. I'm gonna get rid of one of our pictures here. Who do I think I've taken a picture of? This guy. Lego boy. Let's get rid of him. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Why are you aiming the wrong... Oh, I'm in danger. Oh, come on. Wake up, dumb. Oh, I didn't know I could even kill them that way. Hog! Wow, nobody did a what do you mean command? I said it like 14 times. Don't do drug. Oh, don't. Drug kids. I've heard good things about shrooms. I've had one migraine with the last batch of Raisin Bran. Ended up doing NyQuil all day just to avoid it. One of my friends who I knew in real life, but more so through Facebook, swears by them. No kidding. That's interesting. Yeah, I gotta talk to my doctor. Is that all? I think that's everything I need in here. Oh, I kind of didn't make any note of it. We just got the power bracelets, which helps us lift super heavy stuff like that giant headstone that you just saw. I know I glossed over that. It wasn't intentional. Drug good, apparently. Drugs are good. Pills are good. Fire indeed hot. Keep me posted on if you guys hear of any more flyers goings on. That trade makes me really mad though. That's so stupid. There it is. Check please. Alright, I gotta toss my gum. Do you have any more gum? More gum, more gum, more gum. Do you have any more gum? I was even more mad once I saw the amount of salary we're going to retain. 50% for a 6th round, and Kevin Hayes is a good player. Kevin Hayes was one of our top goal scorers in the last 2 seasons. I don't think he was the top, but we also don't have a deep team, so he was one of the top. Gurgling sound? Oh, the, from the, Harder Rock. He sounds like a dying sheep. They're trying to trade Tony D'Angelo. I would trade Tony D'Angelo for a piece of burnt toast. What a garbage human. I did play football in junior high and a little high school, and lately my friends and I have been enjoying going to hockey games. There you go, Phil. Love to hear that. Hockey's my favorite sport of all time. Trading him back to Carolina hit a snag. CBA nonsense. Burnt toast trade. We're better off, like, trade him for a bag of pucks. Like, you'd get more use out of that than you would Tony D'Angelo. Just a piece of garbage, man. Tony D'Angelo, if you're watching this, you suck. And I hate you. I saw something about that. I don't care. I don't know what the legalities are. Okay, so Lenzo can go bye-bye. Teacher can go bye-bye. Okay, I've taken pictures of most of these people already. There we go, there's a new one. What's his deal? Tony D'Angelo? Oh, just a racist. bigoted piece of crap. Awful, awful person. Also, not like I guess he's decently skilled in terms of an NHL player. Like, you have to be... Oh yeah, okay, he didn't need him either. You have to be good to make it in the NHL. You can't say that somebody in the NHL is like a crappy player. Any comment you make is relative. You're comparing it to the rest of the NHL, but you have to be a good player to make it to the NHL. You don't just get in. But I would call him mediocre in terms of NHL skill. But his horrible personality outweighs anything he does on the ice, so I'd rather not ever see him on our in a Philadelphia jersey ever again. Just an awful person. Oh, I gave you that one? One more try. I just want to make sure. 5 of 6. I just want to make sure. Okay, you don't want him. And 6 of 6. And I've already got that. Okay. So half the photos that I've taken, he's already had. No, I don't care, man. I don't care about Meverse. I'm not a sports person at all, but I'd love to go. I love going to see the Jets play hockey or even football. Soccer Live is great too. Live sports are something else, man. I think it's pretty hard to hate live sports. It's okay if you don't want to watch them on TV. I understand that. It's not for everybody, but going to a live event is just always fun. Never forget the JVR Luke Shen trade. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. D'Angelo was traded here, and the CBA says you can't go back to that team via trade a year later if there's any salary retention. Wait, did he get traded back to Carolina? Is D'Angelo... Wait, what's happening with D'Angelo? Ice ring. I remember ice ring being a pain. Oh yeah, watching golf. I can't really watch golf either, and I love sports. Basically, it's to avoid salary dumps that other teams will pick up. There's no way to know what photos you have presented or not from the menus. No. The only way to know is if you make a list, which I kept meaning to do and never did, and it bit me in the butt. So that's really cool. I'm very happy about that, and not at all salty and upset, considering it was an incentive, a Triforce Tuesday incentive, and I screwed it up. Golf seems like it would be fun to play. Oh, I read that. I struggle watching basketball and baseball. Dude, basketball is amazing. That's what they're trying to do. Oh, they're trying to get him back to Carolina. NHL said hold. I mean, I think that's fair. That's the Flyers' fault. It's not Carolina's issue. There we go. First try. I'm on borrowed time here, so forgive me if I miss chat for a moment as we try to complete this, because Ice Ring Isle's kind of a bit of a pain. Did I miss anything on Fire Ring or Fire whatever? Was there another treasure chart on Fire? Not on Fire. The treasure chart was not on Fire. Did I miss something? I remember this being such a pain. Like every time I've played Wind Waker, I remember Ice Ring Isle being a pain. This might take a couple tries. Please forgive my lack of looking at chat for the next couple moments. And also forgive Link screaming in your ear. That. Okay, so it's that. That's what the issue is. I remember this being a pain in the butt. Where he just walks off the side of these little icebergs, ice platforms. Okay, that wasn't so bad. Going to games are fun. Not at all salty, he says. Yeah, not at all. Squeak, squeak, squeak is all I can hear in a basketball game. I think you're focused on the wrong part of the game. Coffee time? Enjoy your coffee, Mega. That trade will probably go through. They'll just wait until 366 days have passed since the initial trade. Okay. Still not Carolina's problem. Falling instead of jumping, the sounds. It's an accurate noise for multiple slip and fall accidents. Alright, Caddy. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. Okay. Okay. We're not doing too bad here. We got the eye run boots. Oh, right, okay. No, why can't I do anything? There we go. That's what we want. Do I have a picture of a moblin? I think I do. We will take a picture. I wonder if this count. Can you do it through the ice like you can on the new Zelda? No, it doesn't like it. Fair enough. Turn around, bright eyes. Oh, too high. He's like looking around. He's like, who unfroze me? Would you like turn towards me? Son of a gun. First try. Jeez, relax. I just listen mostly. I think I watch maybe 1% of the gaming. I'm just here for the company. Unfortunately, I don't. I'm really bad at just talking. If chat isn't talking, I don't ever know what to say. So I just kind of sit in silence, which is not the best entertainment. But I'm really bad at just kind of knowing like what to say, what to talk about. I wish I were better at it. I wish I could just think of topics and not worry about getting responses, but it feels weird for me if I am like if I feel like I'm talking to nobody. There's no response and stuff like that, so I just feel I feel awkward. That's what you do. My voice is super soothing. Thanks so much. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. I hate my voice. I know a lot of people say they hate their voice, but I don't know how many of them genuinely mean that and how many of it is just them saying that, but I super hate my voice. Since people aren't chatty in my chat, it's mostly just the game. It's hard. It's hard to just come up with things to speak about when there's no real give and take. There's some people who are just so good at it, and they can just talk no matter what the interaction is. When in doubt, just start singing. Hey, yeah, yeah. I don't know why that's the first song I thought of. When I hear my own voice at a recording, I want to tell myself to shut up. So I edit like things for YouTube Shorts / TikTok / whatever, Instagram Reels and everything, and I hate having to do it because I hate having constantly listen to my voice over and over and make sure the captions line up. I really wish I had somebody to edit things for me. It's the worst. I can't stand it. I love your voice, not a crush. I just love your voice. No, I appreciate that. It doesn't need to be anything more than a compliment. I truly do appreciate that. I'm glad somebody does. Because I certainly don't. At a private job, we used to have to sit and listen to a random call we had twice a month, and it was so cringy. You have a great voice. Thank you. I really dislike it. I really, really don't like it, but oh well. I have to live with it. I just wish I had other people to edit things for me so I wouldn't have to listen to myself. Make somebody else suffer through that. Do I have anything in my beard? Does it look okay to you? Find me someone that likes their own voice and I'll congratulate you for finding a liar. I don't know. I feel like some people just say they hate their voice just to say it. Like, oh, like they want the compliment. Like it's one of those, like what is that called? Like, you know, just kind of fishing. Like, oh my god, I hate my voice so much. It's like, I think some people are lying. I really hate mine. Isn't the human condition? I feel like everyone likes the thing that isn't themselves. To an extent, there's definitely people who like a lot about themselves, you know? There's definitely confident people and people who... There's narcissistic people who really like themselves. But I have none of those qualities. Very much a self-loather. I don't need more rupees. Fishing for a compliment, right? World would be better. We all sounded like Brian. Wow. Maybe I just train myself to talk like Hank Hill for the rest of my life. Just never use my real voice. Definitely narcissists. I know one personally. It's obnoxious. I think, yeah, there's definitely a line between narcissism. Where's Mega? Mega, come back! I found Ganon. Where's Mega? Mega, look. I found Ganon. There you are. Look, we got Ganon. Just got back. That's gross. Not a fan of fishing for compliments. If you get them, cool. But you can tell when people are fishing. Once in a while, it's okay, but all the time is gross. No, anything I say is very genuine. I have no desire to fish for compliments. Like, if I say something about myself that's negative, which I try not to do because also that, that's also not a good quality. The self-deprecation, like a constant thing is also... I think that's super played out and people don't really like that. But if I do say anything negative about myself, I'm just being honest. I'm not looking for anything. Piggy Ganon. Oh yeah, so Mega Exord in chat there. If anybody doesn't know, he's got a pet pig also named Ganon, and it kind of looks like this giant big black piggy that I'm carrying. Much more fit than that. Yes, he is. Your pig is in excellent shape. He is not a big fatty. This pig will have arthritis for sure. I have a hard time accepting compliments. I can almost always count on them. I try not to. I can't say that I mean, like, the first thing I said was, I'm glad you do, because I certainly don't. But it does mean a lot to me to get a compliment, but I don't ever see it the way other people see it. So, I mean, I guess just, take that for what it's worth. One of my newer friends, Jake, is very good at telling me, stop apologizing, you're fine. I get that a lot, too. Stop apologizing. I've apologized, but it is what it is. Put Piggy here. There's, historically, if somebody is apologizing too much, it's most likely... Come here, Piggy, look. Look. Okay, well, that's gone. It's typically because of, some sort of personal... What? Go away! Ganon. Which I've just named you Ganon. Come here. Look. Bait. Why are you ignoring it? Do the thing. I don't have more bait. There you go. Attaboy. There we go. But yeah, it's usually if somebody's over apologetic, it's probably something in their history that drove them to be that way. And I've only recently learned that from my own experiences. Shadow apologizes like he's British and Canadian combined. I'm a heavy apologizer. Also, I will say, and I'm not saying that anybody is wrong. I'm not trying to call anybody out. But it is like a nice gesture to say, like, oh, you don't have to apologize, or you don't need to apologize that much. But also, sometimes that's just the person's personality, and like, try not to let it annoy you or get to you that somebody apologizes. It's just them being real. It might be unnecessary, but try not to take that away from them. It's gonna be a weird accent. We're both in the hallway. We're guaranteed to say I'm sorry. Okay, now. Oh, wait, before I leave. Wait. One more thing to do here. Almost forgot. I thought I did this earlier when we came here to grab hearts, but I did not.
Well, why, it's a knight's crest. How many of those do you have? I suppose the time has come for me to speak to you about the crests. The knight's crest. It is a symbol of a courageous knight. But not just anyone can gather them. No, it takes a soul who possesses not only power, but wisdom and courage as well. The Triforce. Any courageous soul who gathers 10 of these crests can learn a powerful new sword technique. Both my brother and I dreamt of learning this technique in our youth. We worked so hard to collect these crests. But it took many long years and adventures beyond count before we even approached finding 10 of them, and we both grew old. It appears you have enough might to learn that technique now. Perhaps, just perhaps, you can master it. Very good, Bob. Heed my words. Let's go. If you tell him anything that isn't positive, he'll say, I'm sorry, even if it's neutral. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that too. Hold B to build up power, and then release it. Come at me, do it. You learn the hurricane spin. Remember, it consumes magic power. We did it. Amazing, Bob, you did it. You have mastered the hurricane spin. At last you have made our long-held dream come true. Oh, the joyful tears, they won't stop. I thought my tears had dried up long ago. There's nothing left for me to teach you. I'm certain now that you will save your sister, RL, and bring her home to Outset. Hog, we know the hurricane spin. I'm a genius. I'm just doing it less. I think he has a point. At least in my case. Makes me feel good when he says it, I suppose, is the way he goes about it. Yeah. Yeah, it's important to be ginger, I suppose, right? Now do that 999 times without getting hit 3 times. Actually, that would be easier because he doesn't actually fight back. But I think I would have an easier time doing that. Are you okay? What happened there? That was... I didn't like that. I didn't like that. The temples where the sages await cannot be entered easily. It is at times such as this when one would be wise to gather information from those who live in the Sears nearby. The Sears? The Seas. There's a Sears nearby. Just go there and get a vacuum and a button up. No wait, where am I going? Hang on. I don't think I need to. Nope, I just need to go this way. Welcome back, Showing. How was your breakfast? What did you have? Cereal and ham? Coffee? Eggs? Cereal and coffee with milk, separated, not mixed. Did the cereal have milk? No ham this time? Wait, the cereal didn't have milk, but the coffee did? Fantastic. Seem like I feel better? No, my head is still pounding. I still feel quite nauseous. But I'm glad it seems that way. I have more medicine as well, just in case I need to take more. Oh, hi, Mr. Korok. Oh, okay. This is... Oh, right. It's all... everything I'm doing, I'm just like, oh, okay. Remembering. I don't like cereal with milk, too watery. Well, it's not cereal with water. Tried it, but it always dissolves the taste of the cereal. Am I? I'm panicking. think we're on a timer here. Smack this. Boomerang that. No. No, no. Come back, come back, come back. Come on. Boomerang that. And step on this. Okay. Smack. It's impossible to aim. Oh. All right. I think we're just under the pressure of time here, if I remember correctly. You have Hey, I can see that you had an emote. Nice. It came back. It's working now. Okay, go. Run, 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 run. Nice showing. Thank you for making that and adding it. Yo, what's up, Assemble? Good to see you, man. Thank you for the good luck. I hope you're doing well today. Ah, why is it so difficult to aim this? We did it! Pog! I'm a genius. Hope you're doing well, Assemble. Thanks for always stopping in and wishing me good luck. I appreciate that. Doing alright. I'm glad to hear that. Thought of a wide, chunky Wily and tiny Wily. Not sure if you want them. Yeah, why not? Is he actually fatter? Yeah, he's just like a squashed. Nice health. So this is a bit of a mini gauntlet here. And you always have these stupid mini blends ruining your life. Oh no, my joy pendant. Okay, let's take out the moblin here. This darkness is, oh my gosh. Just got bodied by that moblin. Nice showing. Ouch. I think there's two different types of dark nuts, and I don't know which is which here, so I'm trying to get a picture. It's like almost impossible. This is so hard. It's probably better off if I just don't try to get a picture. Oh my gosh, I'm getting my butt kicked. And now I hear Wizrobe. There he is. Dr. Widely. Where's this Wizrobe? Get out of here, Toucan Sam. Goodness me. Is that in the Wily machine? Before Mega Man kills him, yeah, where he's like super tiny. I'm in danger. Need to get this Wizrobe out of here. I think there are two. Is there another one somewhere? Just grab a few pictures of these dark nuts, just in case. I'm getting my butt kicked. Can you use their drop spear like in Breath of the Wild? Yeah, you can. You can't do too much with it, but it does feel like that's where this originated. Was Wind Waker's kind of the first time you could really use an enemy's weapon against him. Oh, he still got his helmet? Not for long. I left that Wily with Shrank just so that he would fit in the tiny machine. I mean, you can only do so much with the Game Boy, right? In the ending, he still remains small. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he completely changes sizes. Yay, we completed the little mini gauntlet here. I don't need rupees. I don't need to be picking up rupees. What do we get? Ironic. Well, that was fun. Maybe I should have come here at a different point in my quest. Oh, I read that. Good luck with your meeting, Mega. Hope it goes well. Thank you for the good luck. Oh, there we go. While I was looking for the Chunky Wily sprite, I found he has 2 unused sprites there. I think I probably had found that as well when doing sprite things for Mega Man. Apparently would walk at some point somewhere, but it never happened. Yeah, the only time he walks is when he kind of shifts backwards in that one cutscene. Back from mandatory fun. Welcome back. What did you miss? Well, I just did like this mini enemy gauntlet. I did Ice and Fire Isles to progress the main storyline. We got some significant items, the iron boots and the power bracelets. Now I can lift heavy items with the power bracelets, and iron boots are exactly what they sound. I think that's really the only significant things that you've missed thus far. Probably it's not unused. I should double check that the sprites are what sprites are being used there. Yeah, I think it's just 2 though. See if he needs any more. They're all basically the same. I think I've given him a Moblin before, and see if this is any different at all. Okay. Just wanted to cover all my bases. But I do think there are 2 versions of Dark Nuts. I don't know the difference. Oh well. We'll figure it out. Famous last words. Till I don't get him one of the pictures. I cry more. Cry some more, baby. If you go on Spriter's resource drawing, usually unused sprites will be noted. Usually. But if something is unused, it typically is noted in the sheet. Uses frame where his legs are together, walking backwards. Alternate face is not used at all. I think one has almonds and the other one doesn't. Sometimes you feel like a dark nut, sometimes you don't. That's pretty good. Oh, that's where I want to go. Let's go there. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, main story. I'm finally done messing around, collecting treasure. We're ready to go. Sometimes they miss it, or some sprites aren't ripped. Yeah, that's true. Couldn't find the wily ones there. Had to look at them on another site. Interesting. One more treasure, even though we don't need it. Achoo! Excuse me. Sorry about that. Thank you, November. Thank you, Health. Maybe I should have a counter for how many times I sneeze on stream. Sneeze. I was thinking of just adding it to the bless command. Just putting a little counter at the end. Is my tournament is my tournament command still live? I just realized when I was talking about counters. It is. I need to take that off. Oh, that's so funny. I need to remove that. Oh, I don't need magic, man. So, Health, you were not the biggest fan of Ori, as I understand it. There appear to be markings that indicate specific directions. What could they mean? Beautiful little song. Probably a good game, but it's very frustrating. I sneeze so much. For real and loudly. I have learned the Earth God's lyric. Ness once told me he liked my sneeze because I literally say achoo when I sneeze, which I never noticed until he pointed it out, and now I'm very aware of it. So shoutouts to Ness for that one. I love the look and sound a lot, but the art gets in the way. That's what you were saying yesterday, like you couldn't differentiate some of the interactive things from the background and vice versa. Number of times I've died because I can't see what this is happening is too big. I hate that. That is very frustrating. There's definitely been games where I feel the same way. You say the actual word? I don't mean to. Alright, oh, great hero chosen by the Master Sword. My name is Laruto. Does anybody get the reference? Does anybody know the reference? Who? What is that in reference to? Somebody in chat. I noticed that you say achoo. I worked with somebody that did that. I'm so hyper aware of it now because of Ness. It wasn't about. He wasn't like making fun of me. He said it like a compliment. Reference to Naruto. You're banned. Raruto. You're both banned. Get out of here. Raruto? It's not fair. It's not a word, it's a name. Menudo? Alright, all three of you are out of here. My name is Laruto. I am a Zora sage. For an age, I offered my prayers here in the Earth Temple. praying that the power would repel evil, the power to repel evil would ever remain within the Master Sword. And yet, unfortunately, due to Ganondorf's evil designs, the Master Sword you hold has lost this power. After his defeat at the hands of the hero of time, Ganondorf was sealed away. But not for all time. He was revived, and he returned to Hyrule in a red wrath. He attacked this temple and stole my soul, knowing that he had to remove the power contained in that enchanted blade. In order to return the power to repel evil to your sword, you must find another to take my stead in this temple and ask the gods for their assistance. You must find the one who carries on my bloodline, the one who holds this sacred instrument. Ooh, who has that instrument? You tell me. Nothing can stop the flow of time or the passing of generations, but the fate carried within my bloodline endures in the ravages of all the years. It survives. The song you just conducted is one that will open the eyes of a new sage and awaken within the sage the melody that will carry out our praise to the gods. The door that blocks your way will only open when the sage plays that song. May the winds of fortune blow with you. Scorpions, winds of change? Would you like to try the word buzz? I hate school and I hate all of you. Larudo is French for the Rudo. So health is basically correct. Rudo was the Zora, the princess from Ocarina of Time. Everybody sees themselves out. Link looks like he is not listening. Link looked like he was pogging. You must find another way to take my... Oh, you keep looking away from me. Are you listening to me? You can see me, yes? I really need you to pay attention, kid. It takes everything to manifest this. Yeah, Rudo was the Zora princess. Let's go find the very special person with the very special instrument. Rudo wanted all the pieces of Link. You guys hear something? An instrument. Hello? Hey, what's up, Karino? How are you doing? See you. Is this correct? Nay. Be gone! Hanging in there, Karino, thank you. Glad you're doing well. No, don't talk to me. I hope I would get the chance to thank you in person. Medley told me everything. I'm extremely grateful for all that you have done. Seems you have helped my son Kamali find his courage as well. You have done so much for us. Thank you. By the way, are you using our post boxes? What? As you know, since you left the island, all letters and packages addressed to you have been delivered to whatever post box was nearest you. Of course, the system is not perfect. You tend to move around a lot, so be sure to check in any moving post boxes you find on your travels. Don't forget. Okay. Hello? I see you. Do I have a picture of Medley? I don't know that I do, honestly. Look! The instrument! Oh, Bob, you're okay. You know, Prince Kamali's been asking you about all your adventures, Bob. I can rest easy now that I've seen you safe and sound with my own eyes. Prince Kamali's turned into a fine young adult, hasn't he? Has he? I don't know. I haven't seen him. Recently, he's begun doing things on his own without my guidance. Every conversation still ends up centered on you, though, Bob. That's weird. Watching Prince Kamali grow up fills me with pride, but it makes me a little sad as well. I wonder how his mother feels. I wonder if this is how a mother feels. I didn't read that correctly at all. Oh, but listen to me just go on. How weird I must sound. Hee hee. I'd better continue practicing so that it can be useful around here too. Performing music like this is an important duty of an attendant. Yeah, I bet it is. Medley's so cute. I don't care. Medley, you know what? Nintendo, make a Medley amiibo. Do it. Do it. You won't. And a Makar amiibo. Make both of them. Can't wait 100 years for the next hyper kid with a sword. No, they won't. But you can imagine what it'd be like if they did. Are you and I just gonna keep making Billy Madison references to each other the whole day? This instrument is called one of the Fate's tools. Some people would call me Fate's tool, actually. Prince Kamali's grandma saw me carrying it one day and called out to me to stop. Oh, that's rude. She'd seen my fate in the curves of the instrument, you see. She eventually became my teacher. That's how I became the attendant you see before you today. So now you understand why I need to hurry up and improve my skills so that I may help the Airy. Do I show you the song? Hey, is that the Wind Waker? Wow. Bob, will you conduct me? Wonder how I'll do. You know I've already forgotten the song. Oh, I remembered! I'm a genius. I've not seen the Bird Girl in Hyrule Warriors yet. Stay as long as you can. For the love of God, cherish it. What a mysterious song. It sounds so familiar. It's almost as if something I've forgotten is trying to be remembered. Just make something up in 11.8. That's a very prog rock time signature. Did you get that from, what's it called? Coheed and Cambria? I feel like they might be a 11.8 type of band. Hey, play Stairway! It's the opening song! Meet your jam. Everybody get your meet your jams in chat. Everybody gets a harp. Ghost goes full Insidious and takes her body over. Oh, maybe you're right. Alright, so I ask you, did I hear you ask a question about Coheed and Cambria? Kind of. It was more of a joke. Just now a sage spoke to me. She spoke so gently. There's something that I must do. Bob, thanks to you, I've been awakened to the knowledge that I am a sage of the Earth Temple. Is that right? There's actually something that I can do to help this world. It's incredible. I bet my teacher knew all about this. Aw, a little tear. Bob, please, you must take me to the Earth Temple. How do you know that I know where the Earth Temple is? We must hurry and wake the power to repel evil that sleeps within the Master Sword. Here's Kamali. He's got his wings. Let's go now, quickly and quietly. Oh, Kamali, I just want him to remember me as a simple attendant. They're not as prog as you think? Have they written any music in 11.8? I wasn't making fun of them. I was asking a question and making a bit of a joke regarding health. You just seem like the Earth Temple type. Wait, how? Wait, is this right? I don't know what I'm doing. How many hours have I been playing this game for? Is she going to die? I don't know. Tongue in beak. Not that I'm aware of. Logistics need to be figured out for sure. Oh, the duck kiss. I missed that comment. I'll go out and say it. I think that perhaps The Wind Waker has one of the greatest Zelda soundtracks of all. I think it's easily top 3. I don't know if I would put it number 1. But I think it's easily top 3. I'll just Google Link and Medley kissing fan art. No, wait, don't do that. I bet the internet has some help. Oh no, listen to what I'm about to tell you, I think maybe he said. The temple ahead is the nest of an evil creature, the same creature that stole the life of your predecessor, the sage. It is a dark and frightening place. That is why, if you do nothing else, then at least do this. If Bob comes near you and presses ZR to call you, then be silent and follow closely behind him. Dude, it's 2023. I think you're laying it on a bit thick, Mr. King of Red Lions. I don't think Medley has to do anything she doesn't want to do. Drake's in the chat. Women's rights, everybody. And if Bob presses A, allow him to lift you, and if need be, fly and carry him through the air. Stop demanding that she take care of me and do things for me. I think you're a little behind the times, Mr. Red Lions. And Bob, if Medley gets stuck and cannot continue in the temple, use the Wind Waker to conduct the song you learned in the Tower of the Gods. Do you understand? Bob, protect Medley, and Medley, protect Bob. The power to repel evil shall surely be returned to the Master Sword. You don't need to bow to me. And look, they even cut out... I didn't press anything. They even cut out Link's bow. He was going to bow back. And then they cut it out. Sexism, everybody. What are women's rights and where can I find them? Not in America. All your logistics figured out in nightmarish ways. I can never see the grace of heaven now. They'll see this stain on my soul. That's how you conduct. It's totally how you conduct. You point one way and you wave your baton in specific directions, not just in 6, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What did you just miss? A lot, actually. Now, this is some main story stuff right here, nummies. The right to remain underpaid. Link is not allowed to bow. The Earth Temple! Pog! We made it, everybody. Story progression. Earth Temple time. I'm leaving? Why? What did I do? Alright. Quick break from me. I gotta use the bathroom, and then when we come back, Earth Temple. Let's go. Alrighty. Earth Temple, let me know when you get to the Mars Temple. I'll be waiting at the Uranus Temple. No, wait. Didgeridooling. Please no didgeridooling, Uranus. Even Link is making the noises. Oh my. Alright. Here we go, Earth Temple! Did she come through with Medley? Am I supposed to carry her through? Why are you back there? Do I have to carry you through doors? Surely you can just walk behind me. I know, it's Jabu Jabu all over again. Rudo is making her presence known, huh? Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Who is my winged buddy? That is Medley. He is the sage of the Earth Temple. And more. And a friend, really. And a cutie pie. Chicken lady. Only with a much better character, much better. Yeah, Medley is a wonderful character. I just compared the Wily sprites from Mega Man 1 and Mega Man 2 on the Game Boy. He's 4 pixels wider and has black outlines. No wonder he looks chunky. That's the one thing I remember about Rudo. She had to be carried everywhere. That's right. He sure did. Jabu Jabu's belly wasn't too bad, though. Really not that bad of a dungeon. Good thing I'm full on rupees. Perhaps I should have made like a pit stop before. Well, Bob, I'm not very confident, but I think I should try to fly. I'll fly where you tell me to. Just tap A to keep me airborne. Whenever you're ready, just use the Wind Waker to guide me. What are the pronouns? For Medley? I think just she, her. Jabu Jabu's stomach had too many sphincters for my personal dungeon preferences. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty true, honestly. Rudo wanted Link to do everything for her, and also constantly wanted to do everything to Link. She needs therapy. Yeah, I know. Wait, I know. You don't need to keep telling me. That's fine. What is the command melody? Yes, I know, Medley, I know. I'm sorry. I don't remember the command. No, that's... Wait, is it the other way? Left? Right? Oh, that might be it. Let's go. I remember things. Rudo is a different person. Rudo is from Ocarina of Time. Can't you just ask her? Good job. Good job, Medley. The gaslight melody. That sound always reminds me of SSL from Mario 64. Hey, what's up, Rockor? Thank you for the good luck. Hope you're doing well today. A rare purple chew, which is actually green, I guess. Do I need? I don't know if I need a picture of a purple chew. Oh wow, somehow that doesn't count. That one's good. That one's good, but the other one where I could see his full body, that was not. I don't think I need a picture of a purple chew, but oh well, we're gonna try. We're gonna take one just in case. Also, let's get rid of this. She doesn't have to fly over there, but we're in a dungeon all alone, and the implications is that she has to fly everywhere I tell her to. That's the implication. Come here. Follow me. So what you do is... Maybe not. What I was trying to do... Oh gosh. Well, I can just lead them into the light. There's another way of doing it. What I was trying to do was get Medley to turn around. There was no meeting after all. Recurring meeting. My lead forgot to cancel while he's on vacation. I think I'll take the rest of the afternoon off. I'm not feeling super well all of a sudden. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mega. Hope you feel better soon. That's what I was trying to get her to do. Follow me. Instead of taking control of her. Just tired. Hopefully that's all it is. We get the dungeon map. The dungeon map. I certainly hope you feel better. Everybody needs to feel better. Need a small key. Ow, too close. Okay. Let's do it the proper way. Bite my shiny metal. Tiny. Okay. Let's go. Don't remember if I took pictures of bubbles either. But light beams, this will be my answer to the icebreaker. If you could have one superpower, what will it be? Going with butt light beams. Double kill. In each corner. Symmetry, baby. Right. But done anything fun lately? Over the weekend I went to a Pokemon event sort of thing. One of those sort of... Seems like the instrument I'm carrying can reflect light. I think I found that out a couple rooms ago. This can help, I think. Instruct me where to reflect the light. Yeah. So like one of those sort of like flea market events where a bunch of sellers, yeah, like an expo kind of, a bunch of sellers get together and you know, sell Pokemon cards and other fun Pokemon related things. If picking things not silly, Thor or Loki, like powers, silly magical hair removal, or growth. We got a key! Oh no! Need a picture of this. I don't know when it's... I'm afraid to approach. Oh, it's got medley. Is that for the... I don't know. What a photograph that is. I have taken 2 excellent photographs today. Oh man. That's a good one. Let's not save that. Bye. Saved. Saved. Holy. Amazing. You stay right here in the light, where apparently you're safe. But link beebs would be fun at parties. I used to be really into Magic the Gathering, so I get it. I used to collect Marvel trading cards too way back in the day. That's pretty cool. I didn't know Marvel had trading cards. I would, as a bald guy, I would grow the hair on my back of my hands to pretend to be a monkey. Monkey loom hands. Kinda, yeah. They do kind of look like Gloom hands. Seeing some real similarities to this game in Breath of the Wild. Picture taking enemies, dropping weapons, etc. That's the thing. I mentioned how much I've realized this game has influenced subsequent Zelda games. It's really very cool. What are Gloom hands? Well, I won't tell you because if you plan on ever playing the new Zelda game, you would find out. Few audio/musical commonalities. This part is taken like straight out of Ocarina. You think of this with 3DS? No, thankfully not. Did I buy, sell, or trade any cards at the expo? I got a couple. I think maybe next time there is something, I might, depending on how much it costs to have a table. Little gnat. I didn't get him though. Depending on how much it costs to have a table, if the cost is too much and I can't afford it, and I don't think I can make my money back, then it won't be worth it, obviously. But I do have quite a bit of extra cards that I could sell. So I'll have to look into that and see if it's worthwhile. But I'd be interested in selling. You meet a lot of really nice people at those things too. A lot of cool people. I found some fun cards that I wanted. Oh, what am I doing? That's not Link. It's not Link at all. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. We get the compass. Let's go. Hey, Bob, do not worry about straying away from Medley in the depths of the temple. Just relax and open your dungeon map. It will show you Medley's location as well, so you can easily confirm her whereabouts. Didn't he say, like, didn't he give me this whole speech about how we have to protect each other and she needs to do what I say, and now he's like, don't worry about her. She'll probably be fine or something. Oh yeah, nice going. Nice going. Come here, pig boy. It's been too long since you've been to an expo. Getting an FX Pack Pro kind of slowed down my purchase of random SNES games. Is it an emulator or custom hardware? It's... I guess custom how it... Custom hardware, I guess, is the best way to describe it. I need light. Close. Yeah, it's like a flash card option. Don't hit Medley. If you're going to attack somebody, attack me. Yeah, it used to be called SD to SNES, right? Nice. It's nice because I can play the Euro-only games like Cannon Fodder on an NTSC TV. I've not heard of that one. Cannon Fodder was my nickname in high school. Poor Jules. Oh yeah, the best room. Good enough. Cannon Fodder was originally an Amiga game. I've got the Hypercam optical mouse for my SNES. Love mouse games with that. Used to play Cannon Fodder in the DOS days. Overhead military shooter. Yeah, I know. It's not creepy. I think that's a rupee. That's a redead. That's a redead. No, I disagree. I disagree. I disagree. Let me go. Every time a soldier died, they added a gravestone to the hill you see in between stages. The key. Lots of rupees that I don't need. You can see how if you haven't played it, it might sound odd. I don't really understand. I don't know what a military shooter is. Told you guys I'm like super bad with game genres. They don't make any sense to me. Alright, bye Medley. It's actually very cool and kind of ahead of its time. Mini boss time. Ah, good enough. Good enough for him. It's good enough for me. Can you blow up? Oh, you're too bouncy. Music's so good. It's actually, before saving too, so if you want to play further in, you either need save states or play through the whole game each time. Breath of the Wild much? I can tell you, man, there's a lot of inspiration taken from this game in particular. Well, also, this is also very reminiscent of Ocarina. Like, very reminiscent. No, I'm sorry, Majora's Mask. I think this particular battle was likely inspired by Majora's Mask. Where's the head? Ow. Only needed one more hit. Easy mini boss. Breath of the Wild is also cell shaded. Not to this extent. Clear nod to this game. I think this game in particular just inspired so many Zelda games in the future. Quite expressive in the new Zeldas. We got the Mirror Shield. Its shiny surface reflects beams of light. Like that one? Oh, I had control? It didn't look as though I had control. I've watched Shadow play bits of Breath of the Wild, and I see a lot of inspiration from this game, Twilight and Skyward. I would agree. I would definitely agree. But I think this game also influenced Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword. As I worked through Twilight and Skyward and watched Wind Waker. Couldn't remember any of my Wind Waker playthrough from the mid or early 2000s, so I watched Nintendo complete video a year or two. Mid 2000s, not mid early. Thank you for the big stretch, the water break, and the lurk, nummies. Good luck with your session, and thank you for the good luck. If you go, see you tomorrow. Will do, man. See you soon regardless. Thank you very much.
Ugh, everybody take a big stretch and a water break. Do it.
I command you. I use the command melody. We'll get water, actually. Good idea. Did any of you play Wild Arms? One of my favorite old school games like Zelda, Chrono Trigger, and Secret of Mana. Had an amazing opener song and anime you can watch on YouTube. No, I've not heard of that. Wild Arms. Stretch felt good. It's empty. Might have to check that one out, Phil. Where's my birdie friend? There she is. Follow me! It's a banger, lots of puzzles and different characters doing different things. Sounds very interesting. I like puzzles. I'm a big puzzle guy. Zone, I'm here. So it's funny, before... Oh, goodness me. That's interesting. Before New Zelda came out, I actually talked... Oh, okay, that's just... I actually had talked about it on stream. This is like long before we got any trailers or anything. I was talking to... I remember specifically, I was talking to Retro And I mentioned how a lot of Zelda fans wanted it to be about, wanted more info on the Zonai. And I remember he was like, what are the Zonai? Because he really didn't remember from Breath of the Wild or pay that close attention, but it was like a big thing, and a lot of people were hoping to have more information or more involvement with the Zonai. And for spoiler purposes, that's really all I'll say. I guess they're making a new Wild Arms that should be similar to Breath of the Wild. The use of the franchise sitting dormant. No kidding. Well, that's pretty cool. X Seed. Look at all these rupees I don't need. Also, love those colors. Love that. Just gonna leave those beautiful rupees like that. Combat is not real time. You're pulled into turn-based combat. Oh, okay. Interesting. Oops. I think it's a blend, like new Final Fantasy VII. I don't know anything about Final Fantasy. I am not the right person. I shattered her shin. I think I shattered my own shins. I'm not the correct person to talk to about Final Fantasy, unfortunately. I'm a big dum-dum. Yo! Why did that happen so fast? I didn't even have a minute to react. Holy. Right in the corner. Right in the corner. How did I do that twice? Let's get rid of this before we go over there. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? No! Oh, man. Why didn't you pop out of your stupid little... Oh, it only takes me a year. Okay. Is Medley... Okay, she's just chilling. She's safe. Go. No, don't even... Now I gotta kill these idiots again. Hello? It's got like a Luigi's Mansion noise when it pops out. Thanks for the what do you mean and hello. That's why I've never suggested Final Fantasy here. Too many of them slightly too different from Zelda doesn't seem like my thing. Yeah, it really isn't. Very much not a Final Fantasy person. Come on, you dork. What if I stay in the light? You've got to be kidding. Are you joking? How? All right, try number 3, I guess. Don't grab me. Just want to destroy you. Nope. Go away. Pop out of your little hole. Why is this one griefing me so much? Come on, you dum-dum. What am I supposed to do? How? 3 times. Stupid thing doesn't come out of its hole, and then I have no chance to destroy it. Don't. Why isn't it coming out? Oh, this is so lame. And it can just go in the light. Alright, whatever. Come here, Medley. Let's just try and avoid it. Yay. Final Fantasy Legend for Game Boy might be the closest Final Fantasy Zelda comparison. Still don't think I would play it. Old Adventure. Probably love the Mana games. Somebody just mentioned that. We were just talking about that, and I don't remember. I don't remember who mentioned it. I got a Joy Pendant. Let's go. All that for a freaking Joy Pendant. Oh, it was you. Okay. The fact that you can have a party full of monsters. Medley? Figured Mana was fun co-op. Coop. Get out of the light. This also feels very Ocarina. Trials of Mana is in my backlog. I'm excited, but doing Breath of the Wild first. Out of curiosity, is there a reason you didn't play Breath of the Wild when it came out, Phil? Okay, first floor completed. I'm slow and too much D&D. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know if I need... take a second picture, but whatever. I think I can use either arrows or... Oh, gosh. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Never mind. Plan foiled. Now I'm jinxed. Come on. Really never enough D&D. Come on, I get so close to like blowing it and then it jinxes me. Jinxes? That doesn't sound like a word. And can we use medley? Or can we just use the leaf? Oh, leaf works. Okay. Oh. I don't think that's far enough. Oh, it is. Let's go. Oh, there's a bubble back there as well. Ooh, what is it? We got the Earth Tingle statue. It's cool and damp and smells like mold. It will be waiting for me on Tingle Island. More Tingle statues. Let's go. 100% baby, except for maybe photos, which is makes me sad. I didn't know you could play it co-op. How did you do this? Final Fantasy Adventure is like Zelda 1 gameplay with some RPG mixed in, like leveling up. So it's like Zelda 1 meets Zelda 2, all wrapped up into one neat game. Follow me. I'll lead the way. Supported 3 players on SNES, so a friend and I connected using Parsec and PC. Did co-op that way. I always play it by myself. Oh no. Okay, yeah, I guess you're safe over here. Let's try and sneak up on the other one as well. Ooh, leaving work 2 minutes early. Thank you for the good luck, health. Be safe. What do you mean? What's in that one? Anything? Back to, I believe. Medley, do the thing. Oops. I can't pick up. Nothing even in that. Okay. Can I boomerang that? I might just be able to boomerang it. Overthinking it. Got a small key. Oh. Nice. Can I not get to get destroyed by these things? Oh. Pew 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 pew. Ooh, another treasure chart. Let's go. Oh, not quite what I wanted to do, but I guess we'll open that later. An extra W made it in there. No, that's not quite what I... Oh, there we go. Oh, I see. Well, that's not good, is it? Go, Medley, go. Let's get you out of here. Don't take my bird friend! Oh. Don't take my bird friend!
Are you playing catch with her? Oh, come on. Goodness me. Excellent. What a great sequence that was. I'm assuming she's still down there. I mean, they were. Oh, there you go. Back from a long lurk, my child is testing my ability to gentle parent today. Why do you say that? Oh, where did you come from? Coming in the light. No? Then I'll do it for you. Oh, there's another. And another. Also, welcome back, October. You just turned 3 and she's in a power struggle phase and constantly pushing many buttons. I see. Yeah, it's what toddlers do, right? Why is it so difficult to aim this? We don't punish or spank or any of that, but I definitely wanted to yeet her out the window. I mean, discipline. Discipline is fine. Doesn't necessarily need to be physical. What is happening with this? There we go. Why is it so finicky? Bro, just like it's like so can only aim it certain ways. There, is that better for you? Rules and structure good. Fear-based punishment bad. Yeah. I went through that as a kid. Now I'm in therapy. It's a pain in the ass, but so fun. I don't think it's that bad in terms of painful temples in the world of Zelda. I don't think it's too bad. Do a little bit of a reflection here. Probably okay. There we go. We're doing good. We haven't missed any chests. Not too bad, but can be frustrating to line stuff up. I don't remember much of my own playthrough except really enjoying this part. Yeah, for the most part, I think this is a pretty fun and interesting temple. I do remember one room specifically that was not the most
fun, but for the most part, it's really. I think the next temple is more of a slog than this one. Oh, great. Red ruby. What do you mean? That doesn't seem fair. Oh, alphas. They go from being a mini-boss to just being regular old enemies very quickly. Very goodly. Alright, Medley. Come with. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I need to finish soldering in my Pico boot mod chip for my GameCube. It's currently wide open, half complete. What is the Pico boot mod? Jamming out, showing. Alright, I think we're making good progress here. What time is it? Oh, it's almost 4 o'clock. Maybe I'm not making as good progress as I thought I was. Hey, Nicola. How you doing? Good to see you. I'm hanging in there. Thank you for asking. Oh, right. Okay, Nice. Easy game. $10 Raspberry Pi Pico base mod. Solder in 5 wires. What does it do? You're tired but okay? I think that's been the kind of general consensus here today, is everybody is tired. Yeah, I've got cam today. I tried not to, I don't want to do the Triforce Tuesdays or Casual Fridays without a cam. They're a lot more involved. I don't want to do most streams without a cam, but some days I'm just really not feeling it. I'd rather be on cam if I can. I feel like it's easier. People connect more that way. Watching each, I was interested in running the custom software for the Game Boy Player this way. Oh, interesting. Like to see the beard. Thank you. Right. I don't want to make any major mistakes here. We heart your beard. Hank Hill impression. Boy. I don't know what to talk about as Hank Hill.
You guys have to, I don't know, you gotta talk to me, because I don't know what to do.
ZZ top playing video games? I have a cousin that's in ZZ Top, and I never told Bobby about it, and unfortunately, one day he found out. Dusty Hill, I tell you what. Not really something I'm proud of. Dang old rock music. Yeah, my father was giving me that Cadillac, and dang old Dusty Hill had to come in and ruin it for me in a truck derby. I'm still upset about that. I don't really understand what's going on in this game here. There's a little bird person that's flying around with a harp. Is this what you kids do for entertainment? You should go out and see the world and maybe, maybe not focus so much on bird girlfriends. That seems more like Dale's speed. I think he had a bird girlfriend once. Thank you for the Hank Hill impression redemption. You can probably hear my throat isn't like 100%. Bow Wow Lump. That song is about me. Yay, purple rupee. So this is, excuse me, this is the room that I was referring to, October. Yeah, go home before my dad makes me play that song about you. Fat white lump is about me. Seriously, this reminds me so hard of the Zonai mirrors. This started in Ocarina, though. This whole mirror puzzle ordeal. It's a very Ocarina thing. I remember probably taking a long time on this part. This room in particular can be rough for sure. There's a lot going on here. Okay, You've never played Ocarina? Would highly recommend. Medley, what are you doing? Medley! So we shine. there. Then do this. You've never played it either? I remember, oh, the Zonai mirrors definitely trigger memories of this game for me. Let me take this out. My brother hogged the N64. Mine did too, but still played Ocarina as a child. It came out. Just so you know, there's no pasta in it, despite what the name sounds like it implies. Found this out the hard way when I was much younger and I didn't know what that ocarina was not an Italian dish. Just setting expectations. W! W for Wind Waker, ladies and gentlemen. I only got an N64 through marriage and only started buying games 2 years ago. Fair enough. I got to watch him play. I mean, I used to watch my brother play games all the time, but he's not like huge into like 3D Zeldas. So he never played Ocarina until much later. I think several years ago or something like that. Chuckle every time your accent sneaks out the words like pasta and lava. Adley, come here. Must have an accent similar to me because I don't hear it. I always get made fun of for my A's. Need to take that one out. Can I do that from there? At least says the A in bagel. Say bagel. That's how bagel is supposed to be pronounced. New Yorkers say bagel. Yeah, bagel. Right, B-A-Y, bagel. Yeah, bagel is how I know that New Yorkers pronounce it. Very common New Yorker thing. Okay, I need Medley. Can I control her from here? That sounds... I don't like saying that. Can I grab her from here? Nothing I say is going to sound right. I don't like it. Don't cancel me. I'm just trying to play a video game. So aim that there. This here. Bagel is a hobbit. Bagel Longfinger. In this house we say bagel. Everybody should say bagel. Alright, I'm taking a water break. You should too. Take a water break. Everybody take a water break. God, now I'm literally, unironically blinded by the light here. Bruce Springsteen's version, not Man from Man's Earth Band. I can't see. Wow, this is like real life. Oh, okay, can I shoot
Aim the light that way. Keep that way, SpongeBob. Okay, there. Okay. Ah, here's where I wanted to go. Lots. No water for me. Started a beer. There you go. What kind of beer do you have? The CD on that redemption to prevent drowning. Oh, I didn't see the water break in the big stretch. Thank you, Gecko. Everybody, water break and big stretch.
All together now. Or beer break. Voodoo Ranger IPA. I don't like it,
But it's strong and what I need at the moment. Where is Voodoo Ranger a local brewery, or is Voodoo Ranger from elsewhere? Thank you, Gecko, for the water break and stretch. Medley, you stay there. Should be able to get him many places. Oh wait, do I need Medley? Perhaps ill-advised. Okay, we're not doing too bad. Nice. I'm a gamer. One of the ones I'm able to get at the gas station, convenient. I don't know how popular IPAs are everywhere else. They're everywhere in Florida. Oh no. No. IPAs are very popular. I meant that specific IPA. Like, is that local? Is it a local brewery that makes it, or is it like it'll say it? It should say it on the label somewhere, like where Voodoo Ranger. Like where that's located. I didn't know if you had gotten a local IPA or if it was just anywhere kind of deal. Another treasure chart. Let's go. Nice. And we didn't miss any chests, right? Nope, we're good. Only one left. No, IPAs are very, very popular. I think probably nationwide, unless you live in the most remote of areas. Maybe not so much, but... Not sure. I've had a few great local beers. Tampa has a few. I've never been to Tampa. Oh, I guess she's up there. Follow me! IPAs are pretty popular up here in central Canada. Yeah, they've got a good following. I think IPAs are... A lot of people really enjoy them. I'm not well, I don't drink anymore, but even when I did, I was not a beer drinker. I'm much more a cider and sour person.
Go up there. Sister lives up there. I've been to the Tampa Aquarium. It's dope. Oh, I would love to go. I love aquariums so much. So much. Alright, this wasn't too bad. I think I did okay. I don't think I spent like a ton of wasted time or anything here. I prefer stout beers and porters. Oh, no. That is the opposite of what I want. Couldn't be further from my taste. But again, I stopped drinking almost, well, I guess a year and a half ago now, so. You go to a craft beer place and you might have trouble finding something non-IPA. Yeah, for sure. So rich and yummy. Ugh. Oh, yeah. Where are you going? Ah! What are you doing, Medley? Turn. Is this duck girl as creepy as she seems? She seems creepy to you? I think she's a cutie. And she's a good friend. What more could you ask for? Still don't know which two dark nuts are different from each other. Duck girl is the best girl, so cute. Thanks. Thanks for coming to Medley's defense, everybody. Sea gecko. Or burnt umber. Yeah, I don't care for the red eyes. I will agree with that. But she is one of the best characters. So cute. Oh, blue bubble. Go away. I'm trying to target the bubble, not you. What are you, dumb? Well, I got it. Used to have a faded pink neon. Oh, a pink neon, like the car, the neon. I was like, a faded pink neon what? Not neon pink, pink neon that you called Dusty Rose. The car, I gotcha. She's sacrificing herself in this place. Alrighty then. We got the big key. We got... Oh, okay. We got the big key. We got all the... Yep, we got all the... chests. We're good to go, man. Plymouth neon, not the... Oh, not the Dodge neon. It was kind of gutless. Yeah, I immediately thought Dodge. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Well, that's an interesting sight. So I... That's so wild. I'm on the This is so weird. I'm on the second floor, and I just look out my window, and there's just a guy walking on the roof across from me. Nobody lives there. Are you supposed to be up there? There's just a guy on the roof. Why are you looking in that chimney? I am taking a picture and posting this to Discord. There's just a homie on the roof. Isn't that a play? Homie on the roof. Why are you... Who are you? This is so... You just look... Can you imagine being on the, more than the first floor of any building, and you look out and there's just somebody walking across from you? Who are you? That house is vacant. All right. Not what you expect to see when you look out your window.
Love trying different beer flavors. Dude on the roof, looking for access. Why is he taking... He's taking pictures of the chimney now. Oh no, is he FaceTiming with somebody? Why are you... how did you even get up there? I don't even see a ladder. There's no ladder. I don't know where he came from. Oh, this is weird. I can keep an eye on this situation. Beard close-up, maintenance man. Maintenance for an empty house? Santa Claus Bandit. Yeah, I'll post the picture in the Discord later. Without trying not to dox myself. Been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. You want to guess he's a home inspector? No. I'm going to guess not, based on the way he's dressed. He looks like he could be in construction, but like I don't know why. I don't know. It's very odd. Okay, now he's crawling through one of the windows. Should I be calling the police? I'm sorry, I can't concentrate on my game. There's just a guy crawling through. Hang on. Quick, get the picture. He can't get in. Should I be calling somebody? Oh my goodness. Yeah, maybe. Speakerphone and FaceTiming makes sense for construction. I'm going to guess home inspector. Good thing this isn't one of those limited time areas, yeah. Oh, I looked away and now he's gone. I guess he got through the window. At least it's not my house. At least it's an empty, vacant house. Oh yeah, I can see him. I can see him through the window. Well, that's not something that I expected to see today. How am I sure that that house is vacant? Because it has been for a couple of years at this point. Because the owners got kicked out. Use the bits to make a knock noise and spook me. Speaking of bits and or subs, working towards incentives. If you like to contribute to the incentives, maybe get Pokemon pack openings. They are there. What? No fairy? I thought for sure there was going to be fairy. Alright, I don't think I can bring... I think Medley comes in. I think she stays out here. He's gone now. Yeah, I put her down. Oh well. Made it in. Yeah, he's no... I saw him in the window, but now he's gone. Alright. Here we go. This is not the most fun boss, I will say that. This temple's fine, but the boss is really monotonous. Get the picture out of the way.
Alright, that was a good first little round there. That's unusual to get that lucky on the first go. Okay, 2 for 2. This might go a lot smoother than expected. This might be my best fight against this boss ever. No way. No way! That's how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. That's the speed run right there. That's easily my best fight against this boss ever. Nice. You got a heart container. Not a single GG in the chat. Wow. Thanks, guys. Alright. That was the Earth Temple. There's the GGs. You only have to beg for them to get them. And we finished before 4 o'clock. Thank you, thank you. That boss fight went extremely well. I'm not used to that happening. 4 p.m. Thank you for the GGs. Link, you're not keeping time very well. Link, you can't just reset your animation. Stream lag? Everything looks good on my end. Oh, you mean... Did you mean for, I can't tell if you're being serious or not now. I thought you were joking around. Prayers of the Earth Sage have restored the Master Sword's former energy. There's but one last step before it becomes the true Master Sword once again. Bob, the power to repel evil is not yet fully awakened. To complete the awakening of the Master Sword, you must go to the Wind Temple for one more prayer. Earth and wind and fire? Now, Bob, step into the light behind you and return to the surface. Your next duty is to find the Sage of the Wind Temple. I will remain here and continue to pray. You must hurry. And Bob, about Prince Kamali, please watch over him for me. Bye, Medley. Bye. All right. Earth Temple, everybody. Next up is the Wind Temple, and that will be next week. Next week. Let's check out the treasure charts we got real quickly. Before we go, let's open those up. There's one. What, 5? And whatever that island is. We'll figure that out next time. But for now, it's time to say goodbye to Wind Waker. We will be back next week for more story and more fun. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, or night, whatever time it is, wherever you may be. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for all the support, making good progress on our incentives. I should be back tomorrow with some speedrunning, and if I don't see you before then, or before next week, we'll be doing more Wind Waker next week, going into some more story time and adventure, so I hope to see you guys at least then. Thank you all so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Take care, and I'll see you next time. Bye!